Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は380日目です. It is day 380. Let's get right into it. Day 3. Yes, day 3 in our cycle. Got quite a lot actually. What time is it? Guess we're gonna get 3 more somewhere. And these will be shuffled till tomorrow. Kind of makes sense. Alright. Get into it.
書く 書き込む 天気予報
Oh.
わかめ
Wakame.
手洗い
So what? Uh-oh. Huh. What is that? It's not. Nope. Worship. Is it worship? It feels like worship. What was worship? How does worship work? Okay. It's really weak.
沖合
What? What? Oh. Oh. What? Definitely not. Oh. It's Uchu.
宇宙
Uchu, not Uchu. Uchu. Hmm.
Q
Gene. Oh,
人
人
類学
類学。
及ぶ
及ぶ。
バカ
履く
再建炒める
核兵器
器。Oops.
継承
継承。
自動詞煙
煙。
維新
新。
換気
換気。
使い捨て
使い捨て。It is. It's like disposable.
「焼ける」
Same difference there for that particular one.
許諾
許諾。Oops. Dang it. Not that. This one's an alternative read. Heck. It. No.
血液型
Checking. This is blood type. Yeah. Model. Inductive. Okay.
忘れ物 人たち
What? Hmm.
.核実験
He can.
超 なら
Nada.
将軍 縄文
I keep thinking it's E. Heck. Yaku. Be translate this. Excuse. Oh no. Yes. Excuse. Right.
言い訳
学費
学費 What? Mass. Nish. Kai nish. Kai. Yeah, kai nish.
飼い主
Kai nishi. I don't know.
追い越す
枠
Die. It died. Omadu? Huh. Died. Unclear. The end. Kind of disappointing.
頼む
No.
迎え
Okay.
鼻の穴
What?
舐める
That was a typo.
Chew. つける 急性 象牙
Okay.
賛成する 債
I
権
can. Oh, Kago.
鹿児島県 のど飴 湧水
Oops.
若い 借りて
Karite.
歌詞
Kashi. Kashi. Kasha.
形容詞
Keiyoshi.
Judaku.
Daku.
動詞
Doshi.
国際
Kokusai. Uh,
痛む
do you prefer? What? What the heck? Mm. It's a very specific and it's kind of an annoying wording. Maybe like let's go look at something. Let's see. Okay.
Arata-maru.
Shinrai.
Don't quite remember when that was used. Radical. It might be like one character. One or two at most.
Kenkin. Tsumu.
What? To... No. No. Yeah. It's idea. I thought it might have been something like to occur. Oh wait. Make something into a reality or something like that. So Minoru would just like to bear fruits.
女子
Proceed. Oh, what? Huh. What? Oh,
維持
easy.
Sake.
若々しい 素敵
Sticky. Um. Wakamon.
若者
名役
Dang it.
Tane.
Tane. That one's rough. Hmm.
自覚
Aku.
投げ捨てる
オーバ
牙
ー瀕死
Inshi.
祖父母
しずしず
名詞
履歴書
Nope. What? Oh.
貿易
踏む
縄
Nawa.
同盟 不可分
There was a typo in there somewhere. Oh no, no, wait. This is
傷つける
scared. Uh,
読者
shot. Oops. Oh, it's just a reader.
津波
穴場
About
混ざる
Azaru.
立ち入り禁止 留守番電話 超音波 幅
Oh, what? No. Oh, there's a typo.
可能性
No say. Oh, I can't spell.
込める
Komeru. Wait. Komeru. Or like, how do I? Oh. Oh no. How do you like? How do you into something? How do you phrase into something? I like to fit in or to fit into. To put into. Yeah. Okay.
医療
Yo.
詰め込む 閉じる
Ojiru.
皿洗い、
皿洗い。Okay.
球
球
体、
体。
復
復
旧
旧。
なくなる。
生命、
高等学校。
変換、
変換。
伸びる、
伸びる。Oh, oh no. Oh no. Let's see. Dude. Oh no. No. Dang. It's 汚す。
汚す、
汚す。Or
鹿。
つなぐ
Naku. How do you like to bring things? Okay. Oops. Uh,
増え
wait. What? Oh,
依
did
頼
I?
Hoang君
This seems deceptive.
汽笛
Icky. Not deceptive. Uh,
人混み
Kokomi.
Oji
The- Uh,
引っ越す
Os. Os.
「胸焼け
Muneyake. Uh-oh. Oh no. Hmm. That is problematic. Heck. No. Hmm. What? Yeah, this is the problem. Hmm. Like contentment. Right? Something light. Pretty sure it's found in. Okay. It's not quite what I was thinking. Okay.
Renmei.
Eh,
神奈川県。首相。
首相。
穴子。
子。That's special. Hinder and obstruct are very similar, or even prevent.
将来
The heck? Ah. Oh, cute. Sure? No. Good? No. Tsu? No. Oh. It's the butt. His own.
継ぐ。
Okay.
治
治
療
療。
対
対
処
処。
献血一
一
般
般。
変える。
変える。
治 寿司
Okay. What? Oh.
移行
Oh. Let's say that has something to do with looking down or less than. Hmm. No, it's like kind of like after. Like hereafter. Sense. All right. Oh,
大幅
Oh, how about big length? What else it takes besides big? Large. Substantial, okay.
–承諾
Why do I want like G? And why is it G? Definitely something about poo. Gotta be something about poo. Oh. Yeah, this one kind of sucks, actually. Oh, Shizenteki. Oh, Cho Shizenteki.
超自然的
Oh, Shizenteki. Oh, wait.
申し込む
Oh, that one's weak too. I skipped two, so now I'm not sure what those two are.
メガネ
Coming up. Okay.
摘発する
Okay. This one has been a wild ride. Oh, I only skipped one.
弓矢
Yeah. What was it? Oh, the die. Still not quite sure. With that. Then I have to do a sen. I probably didn't write anything because it was off one before, right?
Somaru.
Or to be dyed, whichever. Yep. Probably off Someru. Oh, I guess that's so. That's gonna need a revision at some point. Okay. Okay, I think there are 3 more because of the time. What time is it? Oh no. Oh no. Alright. Rest for later. We have here.
Shirokuma. Gokunai.
Oops.
Yuden.
Okay. Alright. Man, that is some rough. There's some rough ones in there today. We're double backing on, and we're double backing into the stuff with Bunpro. Not too concerned. Although I do have to. There were a few character stops too. Warship. It all started with Warship. And then Shiri. But that was a blank. G. Magnet. Kan. Delight. Or a couple in there. Alright. Day 3. Doing reads and definitions. Okay. Bucket. Salmon. Ita. Fry. Oh. Uncle, aunt. You formal de surname. Tsu. Pickle. All trade. Show. Commander. Me. Alliance. Leave behind. No. Stretch. Sigh. Yep. You. Well up. You. Reach. Nah. Nada. 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 Aba. With. I. Obsolete. Ama. Wheat. On. Exchange. Teki. Luck. Kaku. Nucleus. Oki. Open ocean. Open sea. Yo. Rope. Harbor. Can offer. Yo. Heal. Inherit. Maintain. Dance. Feed. Yeah, I don't think this character is being used. Or still don't remember what it is. I think there's one word. Might be lumped with task or something. Full step. Darn it. On generally. Die, trust, reliant. Shika. Fear. Daku. Agree. Ge. Bang. Cho. Ultra. Alright. That was a tough one. Alright folks, let's wrap for my WaniKani session today. If you're gonna watch this today, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani, give it a try. You're always welcome to discuss, banter. Until next time, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigatou. See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around a little bit, get my heart pumping a little, and I'll be back for Bunpro. Thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は20日目です。It's... Oh, actually... Yeah. It's day 20. I was thinking maybe... I think that only deals with age. Anyways. What time is it? So we got 81. A few more in another hour. I'm going to be 105. Okay, so we're getting kind of close to like 2/3 through the month of testing the default stuff. Trying to resist not to change too much of the flow where we're going. And then make some adjustments soon enough. Alright, so let's get into our grammar points. What? Oh, yeah, sugiru. Alright, too much, very. What is this bottom thing? Oh, no, wait, yeah. Interesting. Yosugiru. Okay, na isugiru or yosasugiru. Okay. Interesting. Hold up. This one. Okay, hold up. Okay, that is fine. Right. Yep. I knew that. And then E adjective, you get rid of the E. I'm guessing that's what that strike means. And sugiru. And then na, no special changes either. Interesting. And then negative, not nai, na. Then adjective, you get rid of the na, nai. And got the nasa. Okay. And then the adjective, use the dewa off the nai and then replace the nai. Or dewa, and then you replace the nai. Yeah, off the. Or replace the nasa. And yes, you can also use ya. Interesting. I only recognize it. I don't construct this, so that's interesting. So, sugiru is a verb that is used in Japanese to mean to exceed or to go past. It keeps this meaning when it is attached to other words and creates the Japanese equivalent of saying that something is too much, right? Sugiru can be joined to the mas stem of the verbs. Okay. And the mas stem by default is what I refer to as the E column. So the mas stem of the verb, the stem form of E adjective, simply remove the E, right? Or the stem form of the na adjective, simply remove the na. Right. Because you're gonna add a na, but you remove it.
頑張りすぎるのは体に良くない。
Right. Because 頑張る。So 頑張りすぎる。すぎるのは身体。
頑張りすぎるのは体に良くない。
体。Oh, right. Oh, wait. Oh. No. It has a second character attached to it. Interesting. Huh. Oh, that's interesting. So both of them put together is still... Okay. Okay. And yokunai. Not good.
これは熱すぎるよ。
熱すぎるよ。Too hot.
俺には田舎は静かすぎる。
And then that's a non-adjective. Suga. Okay. With Sugiru, the ru is regularly omitted. With sugi being used by itself, this is a casual language pattern, and sometimes you will hear, and something you will hear all the time. This variation may be used with any verb that sugiru would usually be used for.
この犬かわいすぎ。
Okay. Alright. There are a few rules that you will need to be careful about when using sugiru. The first of these unique rules is using sugiru with nai. When linked to nai, right, this is the e adjective, the e changes to sa. And then creating the structure nasa, right? The e in nai, not the e in the e adjective. So nasa sugiru. This means too much, not a, or more naturally, not enough a. Yeah. Okay. Hang on. Okay. However, when the auxiliary version of nai follows verbs, the sa is not used, resulting in nasugiru. Right. That's one way to see that. Just gonna throw in past tense later. Okay. Okay. That will always be. Oh wait. Skip. Okay. This mean. Okay. Follow verbs. The sa is not used. So nasugiru. Okay. Despite this, sa may sometimes be included following the verbs in slangy Japanese. Oh, that's interesting. The reverse is happening. As with regular nai forms, a dewa. Dewa or ja will be required when using after non-adjectives. Yes. Alright. Okay.
あの人は私のタイプじゃなさすぎる。
Okay. Right. No adjective. Or noun. That's a... Wait. Yes. The noun. Wait. Adjective? There's no commentary on nouns. Oh yeah, I can see that being an adjective.
私はお金がなさすぎる。
Right? That would be the... How to... Right. So, nai... Okay. I was thinking all three of these would illustrate this point, but that's not the idea. Okay.
この店は商品がなすぎる。
Right. Showing the exception of nai. To compare the To compare this part with the verb stem, because the verb stem happens to be nai on aru in the negative. In the third example here, we can see that the sa had been omitted. This is not correct Japanese, as the sa will always be required when nai is functioning as an e adjective. Oh no. Oh no. It's not quite what they're going for. Because I wasn't thinking of it as nai as an e adjective. I was more thinking of it as the negation of aru. Interesting. The second unique rule is when using sugiru with e to mean too good. Because sugiru is used with the stem form of e adjectives, you will need to remember that the stem form of e is not actually e, but yo. Yeah. So this means yo sugiru would be correct, while he sugiru is not, right? That was
この
fine.
歌は良すぎる。
Caution, because sugiru itself is a verb. It can also appear in the negative form. This causes a lot of learners. This confuses a lot of learners, and is sometimes something that needs to be practiced. Let's have a look at all the ways that sugiru could possibly appear with nai. Okay. 学校に行かなさすぎるなさすぎるから成績が落ちた。Okay, phrase. Because of, I guess, the school not going, not going enough to school. Not going enough to school. Because not going enough to school, my grades are falling or going down. Don't go too much, okay. So, okay, so that's our basis right now. Right, that's our basis. And then 彼はトイレに行かなさすぎない。Here comes the double negative. 行かなさすぎない。So let me think about this. He doesn't not go to the toilet enough. So yeah, so he goes to the toilet enough. But that's kind of like the closest stuff that comes with this double negative is like the net speak of like I do not disagree situation, as opposed to like does not. But a verb that is inherently negative, that is preceded by the negation, is the closest double negative that is very colloquially used in English. Which doesn't actually impart that it's the opposite. And we just accept that it does not go. He does not go to the toilet enough. In this case, game center には行きすぎない Hi tsukinai de ne? De ne? That would be the imperative attached to the negation of not, but the negation of sugi, but not, and the positive affirmative of to go to the center. So just don't go to arcade too often. Yeah, the negative focus is on too much and sounds more like a request. Yeah. Oh, that's where the don't go. Okay. Yeah. Sugi naide is naide, or yeah, naide ending is a different grammar point actually. Or I would think they would make it a different grammar point sometime. Because the meaning is different in each one of these sentences depending on where the nai is and how many nais there are. You may need to be careful while reading these until it starts to feel natural. Honestly, the three of these, I'm gonna use a double negative here. They aren't that unnatural, and I'm gonna add that as a separator between aren't unnatural. Aren't unnatural would be a double negative, which is the closest thing to this double negative. So instead of saying does not go, doesn't not go, like doesn't not go. If you say aren't unnatural, that's are not natural, right? Or I don't disagree, which is, oh yeah, Kaijugation. You haven't seen that before? It's on their beta. You have to go to settings and turn on the beta. So this is something that was added within the last week. So we're gonna do that during our February practice month. But you have to go into settings. I'm not sure if it's limited by membership, but generally speaking, it's in the beta settings. Well, it's in the settings under beta stuff. So this stuff, I wouldn't say it's unnatural by coincidence. Okay. It is a tough first grammar thing. Nisuru. To decide on, oh, right, nisuru. To choose to make something, into, to view something as. Oh. To make something into. Sometimes written as osuru, which focuses on the result rather than the process of making. Interesting. Okay. Right. Let's go to check. Nisuru is a structure that combines the ni particle, a location or target, with the verb suru. It means to make, decide something in a certain way. The nuance with nisuru is that the speaker has direct control over the outcome. This is where the strong feeling of choice comes from. The noun that comes before nisuru is the thing that's being decided. Yes, and it can also be like a nominalized phrase in any sense as well. Speaking.
俺はビールにする。
In this example, although the common translation is to decide, it is actually much closer to the sang expression to do in English. Yes. It's interesting that's considered the slang expression, but there was a time when colloquialism was referred to as just colloquialism, but nowadays it's like the simplified stuff is all considered slang. This means that the literal translation is actually I'll do a beer and I'll make it a beer. Yeah, fair enough. Like literal, the word literal is slang now in colloquial English. This both mean figuratively and literally, because there's no distinction between I'll do a beer and I'm going to decide on this beer. Sometimes the particle to is used instead of ni. Although this has the same meaning, it changes the nuance slightly. When to is used, it takes away the feeling of being a direct decision. Tosuru tends to be used in more formal situations, where this is only because to is less definite, so it results in the phrase sounding less pushy.
今日はここまでとする。
Intriguing.
「今日はここまでにする。
Okay. If you were going to compare these two to an English equivalent, it would be similar to the difference between the following sentences. I'll buy a burger. Right? I'll go with the burger. You aren't going anywhere, it just sounds softer. Yeah. I understand why they went with I'll go with the burger, because if they said I would like a burger, it would be dealing with the show, like show and stuff, which is another thing. But to soften it, you can soften it by say I would go like I would like a burger, which is also a decision, but it also, that means that it would involve a different grammar point in Japanese as well. I'll go with the burgers. Yeah, go do get. There might be two more. Put. Go, do, get, put. I can't remember the fifth one. I think there are at least 5 common ones. 5 common ones, they're English slangs now, because the net speak their English slangs. So you use them to replace like basically creating softness because they're ambiguous. This grammar point may be used for more abstract nouns and does not specifically need to be items. This grammar point may be used for more abstract nouns and does not specifically need to be items. Yeah, fair enough.
ハイキングへ行くの日曜日にする？
Yeah. Interesting enough, Nisuru actually came up already in the Duolingo thing, so that's interesting. The toll part is gonna be a little adjustment. I like it though. I quite like it. Okay, yeah, to become. Naru. Just gotta make sure. Okay. Right. Always check for the polite to see if there's any special. Okay. So non-adjective, right? And then the e adjectives behaves like that, right? And then the noun and the non-adjectives line up. And of course, our one exception with e. All right. Ninaru with non-adjectives or kunaru with e adjectives is an expression used in Japanese to show. Oh yeah, that's why they wrote it separately, because of the e adjective. Is an expression used in Japanese to show that something is becoming a. It can be used with any form of naru to highlight that something will become non-pass something will become, which is non-past, is becoming continuous or has past. Yeah, it can even be used with negative forms to show that something will not become. Okay, all right.
早く食べて。冷たくなるよ。
The adjective. Okay.
お茶が冷たくなっているよ。
Right. This is the exercise about the continuous state of change. Like a state has changed and continue to stay in that state. Right. So it's gotten cold. So it's gotten cold and it stays cold. It's natte natteru yo. The ending, right? So, and then
コーヒーがぬるくなった。
this is natta, which is past tense.
コーヒーがぬるくなった。
Yeah, so this is past tense, where it is not stating that it stays lukewarm, but it just have changed into like it has become lukewarm. That's the difference between using the te form in iru and just natta. Right. Double checking all my conjugations while I'm going.
私は医者にならない。
Okay. In the example with the tea getting cold, oh, is this what they're gonna say? Okay. And they're gonna explain it. In the example with the tea getting cold, we can see how teiru sometimes highlights something that exists in an ongoing state. Yeah, that's what I said. Rather than changing any further. In other words, the tea has gone cold and remains to be cold. Yeah. So I'm practicing all of these things as we're going, obviously. And if they repeat it, it's reinforcement. I should be able to see these things as I'm going because they are grammar points that have been reinforced before. Additionally, the adjective e good is an exception to the regular conjugation rules for e adjectives and will conjugate as yokunaru and not ikunaru. Right.
勉強をしているから頭が良くなる。
I'm about to sneeze, sorry. Oh, excuse me. Alright. Trying to stay vigilant. I'm a little bit tired. I've been getting pretty tired lately. Alright. Out of is the best and most. Yeah, ga ichiban and no nakate. Yeah, so they are combined because you're saying out of a group, like out of a collection, this is the best, or it's the most something. It's the most of something. It's either the best or it is the most something after, or the best of something, of a quality or what have you. Because it can be anything. It can also be a nominalized verb phrase. It's the best we've ever eaten, something like that. In Japanese, no nakate, and then etc. Ga ichiban is a regular expression that is used for showing that something is the most. C, usually an adjective, usually. This structure can be used with almost any adjective, whether it's positive or negative. Each part of this grammar point represents the following, right? A group, a single person within that group, an adjective or general description of that thing or person. So A would be the group, right? No, nakade. So like within this group, A is the group, and then B is the choice, whatever the thing is, which is the best, and then the general description or the adjective. It comes after. Okay.
食べ物の中で寿司が一番好き。
I think it's kind of interesting that this type of phrasing is, I would say, if there were a bridge for NetSpeak to learn English and Japanese, I would say this phrasing is probably top 10. Like, top 10 most bridging for NetSpeak, because this is like algo speak right here. You don't even, the blue is out of, you don't even process out of, really. It's just like all foods, I like sushi best, but like of all the foods, or of, but usually these prepositional parts don't necessarily have too much function, because it's generalizable how NetSpeak works. When they say, ooh, sushi is the best, what it's saying is, of all the foods, sushi is best. That's what NetSpeak does. And that's kind of how, it's a coincidence, but yesterday, that's kind of how drama always tend to state his facts, or state his comments when he projects, in my opinion. It's like, oh, it's, you know, if you get more things, it's going to be worse. So of all the situations, it's going to get worse when you get more information. That's how the general facts work. So typically this type of phrasing is probably very intuitive to English NetSpeak. It's like, oh yeah, this game is the best. Of all the games available, this game is the best. And then you can add a conditional at the end, but whenever you ask the person, they would then have the conditional. So like, you mean of all the games, this is the best? And then they would say something like, oh, for now, it's the best. Like, this is the best game now. I'm like, okay, but there are a lot of different games. It's like, well, it's the best action game now, etc. So this is kind of the inference. Pretty much like 9 out of 10 times when someone states a general fact, it's revolving around outside of a group, like out of a group, and they don't speak the group. Right? Like, it rarely ever spoke. So this is kind of a nice exercise. Like, what is your group that you're talking about? Like, of all, you know, Japanese is the hardest. We were talking about this, like James and I were talking about this. Japanese is the hardest. What do you mean the hardest? Of all the languages graded on objective difficulty, Japanese by an English speaker, Japanese is one of the hardest, right? So this is the same structure, only I added all the specifics that would be inferred later down the road.
食べ物の中で寿司が一番好き。授業の中で理科が一番嫌いです。
授業の中で理科 science 理科が一番嫌いです。How dare you? Alright, this expression is also frequently used with demonstratives such as, yeah, kono and sono. Yep.
この中でどれが一番好き？
Yeah, out of all of this, whatever this is, and this is even, in my opinion, these things are even closer to NetSpeak, where you use a pronoun or demonstrative. And I know this says a demonstrative, like a nominalized demonstrative, or like a noun, like it's a kono noun, but this is also now a pronoun, like a pronoun for a generalizable thing in English. Like this, it's like what this, like this what. It would be what I would go in my head, but it's this. It's a thing now. It's a replacement of everything. So whenever they say this, they're referring to something that's in their head that they don't specify. So like, this is the worst. That's exactly what this phrase is saying. Like what I mean is that's the construction in English. This is the worst. So out of everything, this is the worst. It's already inferred that it's out of everything. Whatever is going on out of everything, this is the worst. And this ends up being used as a pronoun, like for whatever out of all of this is. So this combines 2 Japanese points, right? This is the worst in English combines 2 Japanese points, or 3 actually. The Japanese point of kono being functioning as a noun, and it's also functioning as something that's previously mentioned, and then it's in this phrase when someone says this is the worst. And then how I process that is I ask about each part of the things. So when someone says this is the worst, I'm like, what do you mean by this? What is it? And then how is it the worst? Out of what? And how are you measuring the worst? What are you comparing it to? And hence this phrase. I would say of all the things, yeah, easily top 5 formats in NetSpeak. People do. I feel like there is rarely ever a discussion in which is as common. Yeah, very few. I speak like that now as well online, so like for a lot of instances whenever I'm trying to sound more grounded, I make these inferences too. Like, oh man, this is the worst right now. Like, oh, this one really sucks. So, or oh, this word, it's so difficult. Out of all the words, this is the worst one. And then you could say today, this is the worst one today. So many referentials.
その中ではクッキーが一番美味しい。
Okay. The construction a nanode is regularly translated by itself as among a, yes. It may be used in many different expressions. This will be covered in a separate grammar point. Oh, interesting. Alright. We got Yori, we got comparison now. Yori and no kata, no ho, dang, keep saying kata, no ho ga, gee. This is because the size of my window that it does this line break, pretty sure. Inauspicious line break. Verb was yori be, right? Holga e, and then we can do adjectives, right? E adjectives comparing adjectives, and na requires a na, and then noun requires a nominalizing. Oh, just a no, but no necessary no after the noun a. I don't remember that. Okay. Alright. Okay, yoru naholga, right, can be thought of as similar to the grammar points holga yi and nai holga. We don't have those yet. Is this like illustrating the end? Yes, the end of the word before it. In that it expressed that one thing is better or more. However, unlike Olga Yi, based expressions. Any pair of adjectives, verbs, or nouns may be compared in this construction. So as long as the whole ga is followed by an adjective. Any pair of adjectives or verbs may be compared as long as, but only nouns follow noholga, and verbs and adjectives follow holga, and non-adjectives follow naholga. Or is that, am I reading this incorrectly? All right, we'll find out. Yori translates roughly to then or rather than. Yeah, okay.
田舎に住むより都会の方がいい。
Okay. So tokai is a noun. So that's a noun requires a no. And then
彼女より私の方が背が高い。
right. Still a noun.
映画は怖いより面白い方が好き。
Okay. So it's I would say technicality because technically adjectives follow holga and verb follows holga, and then non-adjectives follow naholga, and then naholga follows after nouns. So far, anyways. From the example listed here, we can see that yori will always appear. They're using the link though. This is part of the group, so they're using this as referring to the group structure, right? And these are permutations of this naholga, which technicality, I can argue for the technicality for and against at the same time. Okay. From the example listed here, we can see that yori will always appear after a word that has the lower extent of a when used together with naholga. Okay. Caution: when yori is used by itself or when it is not linked directly to the previous word, it can seem like it has the opposite effect. However, in these cases, naholga just remains unsaid. これがより高い. This is more expensive compared to other things in general. Okay, yeah, fair enough. I see what that means. I see. In this example, because yori is after ga, not before kore, it's easy to assume that kore is the thing that is lower. I'm having trouble thinking that it's easy to assume that. In this example, because the yori is after ga, not before kore. Really before kore? Oh, because they're talking about an inferred subject being compared to this is expensive? That's kind of weird. So however, this ga behaves in the same way as meaning that kore itself is the more expensive thing, with yori just being used like relative compared to many other things. Okay. I don't think that. So that this caution is actually making it really hard. Or making I'm doing some mental gymnastics because it's easy to assume that this is the more expensive thing because yori came after kore. That's how I'm thinking about it. But then they're saying it's easy to assume that yori is the thing that is cheaper because there's nothing cheaper to which it is compared to, right? So following this rule, so if kore ga takai, right, if I use yori in the front and say kono yori, right, kono yori kore ga takai, then kore wa takai, kore ga takai would be the it is the more expensive thing. This thing and this thing, like this and this thing, I don't know. I still don't see that it's an easy assumption, so maybe that's because I'm more prone to thinking in a different way. I'm actually thinking the opposite. So the easy thing that I assume is the easy thing that it is, which is interesting. Like what they think it's easy to assume, it's difficult for me to assume. I actually assume the opposite. I assume that this is the more expensive thing. And I'm not sure if it's what they're saying here deals with some sort of English tendency. I don't know if there's an English tendency here. We'll see if it comes up. That's like when we get sentences, so we'll see if it comes up. If it comes up, then I can better appreciate what this means. At the moment with this exact example, I immediately thought this is more expensive. And I was expecting it to be the wrong thing, but it's the correct thing. Although nohoga is the most common construction, the particle o may sometimes replace ga. Okay, this is especially true when used with markers of desire such as tai and hoshi. It's just because things before yori are usually the lesser in the comparison. That's all they're saying. I know that's what they're saying. But the thing is, there's no other thing after yori. So you would have to assume that it is the more expensive thing. Like in an English tendency. In an English tendency, it would be that you are comparing something general because there's nothing after. So there are two ways to look at this. And I already know what they're talking about. I'm not saying it's confusing. So there's no clarification needed. There's something before yori, but there's nothing as well. What's not there is also important. So if it's not there, it has to be the thing that's expensive. So if you want to explain the confusion, right? If you want someone to like use the rules, you can think of it two ways to remediate the problem. The one way is that there's only one thing in front, but there's nothing after. There are two things that happen here when they're comparing. There's something after yori, and there's also something before yori. So if there's nothing after, then it would have to be the one that's attached to the thing. That's what I'm saying in the opposite direction. So there are two things that are happening in their rules. So one could assume the absence of something versus the existence of something, and it does bring up an interesting question. How many people assume what is there versus what is not there? And hear me out. I'm gonna say statistically, anecdotally, people are going to confirm what is there. So I understand what they mean by it's easy to assume that, because people use confirmation bias, is how I'm asserting it. So what is there is easier to confirm. So then, because what is there, it has to be before Yori. What I see is something is absent. So it has to be the thing that it's being compared to. Like, so this has to be characterizing the thing that whatever missing is comparing to. Largely because I tend to focus on what's not there as well. There are two things that are happening here. Something is not there after Yori, and something is there before Yori. So those are the two conditions for the common construction. They don't necessarily word it that way. They simply word it as what is there. Is what I'm making the distinction here. Although it's common will is replaced by, this is especially true when used with the marker of desire, such as tai and hoshi. The primary difference between these two is that ga emphasizes what a person wants or wants to do, right? The whole statement, while o emphasizes the item or action itself, regardless of the rest of the statement. With tai, both o and ga will sound completely natural. However, with hoshi, ga will be more natural, while it's accepted. Oh, interesting. While o is accepted. Interesting. Kyuryo. Kyuryo ga ii. Kyuryo ga ii shikoto yori. Yes, tanoshii shikoto no hou shitai. So I want a fun job more than a job that, I guess this is Kyoryo pays better. Okay. And then they're specifically focusing on the job that is fun, or just the job, really. Interesting. この小さいテレビよりその大きいテレビの方欲しい。I want that large, like that big TV more than this small TV. Natural, but ga is more common. Alright. That's fair. This use of hoshi only applies to wanting items as opposed to tai, which indicates a desire to do something. Interesting. I don't know if they're gonna have a grammar point about hoshi being like if hoshi with ga attached to a nominalized phrase, a nominalized verb phrase, as maybe something like unnaturally constructed or something like that. That's interesting. Oh, there's so many questions. I can't wait to figure out if I'm able to answer them in the future. This is such a different, it's so interestingly fun. Such a different process involved in thinking. Oh wait, we have to go back now. I spent way too much time yapping, and one of the things when I yap is I tend to run out of bus memory. Ga hoshi is in N4, it looks like. Okay. Yeah. I'm looking forward to how ga hoshi works, or how flexible it is. As far as I know, it's kind of, there are weird things too. I think Sugiru takes the cake today. Holy Sugiru, I think that's gonna be a problem. And most of the time, I don't Most of the time when I speak, I don't think of this naturally either. Like even in English, I don't say this type of phrasing in English either. So this is gonna be a tall task. Not in the sense of too much. You don't think the negative form of Sugiryu are very common? That's good. That's good. Which it's interesting because the English form is very common, but I don't say the English form either. Like, I don't say, oh, you know, that's not good. But the standard forms are pretty common. Yeah. No, I'm not. Okay, so we want to be clear here. I said I'm not using them. Very common. That's not a general statement about other people, which is, you know, we're being very careful here. Like, so it is very common. I already know that it is very common. This has nothing to do with that. My comment is that I don't phrase this. And I already made like a huge digression about this, about how it is very common. And then the next phrase is even more common in both. Like both of them are very common, both in Japanese and in English. So there's no inference here that they're not common because I don't use them. That's the whole point. So yes, they are. The standard form is very common, and the negative form of Sugiru is, you know, are questionable. And then my comment was about net speak in English as well. So yes, in fact, I heard them like 10 times already, just before I started stream because of YouTube Shorts. YouTube Shorts, the way they phrase things is appealing. It's appealing when you exaggerate. So even NetSpeak, when you're watching like translated things, both English and Japanese reinforces the use of Sugiru. I'm actually kind of curious if in the future the negative form of Sugiru becomes more common, because yeah, the internet is rather, and I'm maybe not by negative, maybe not motivated by Japanese speakers, but possibly those who have learned Japanese but commonly express English net things, like for example, that's so bad. That's so bad. How would you phrase that's so bad? Or like, that's so not good. What was how would down bad? Like down bad? Man, those are gonna be interesting. Oh yeah, man, that's so not good. NetSpeak. That's so not good. Meaning too much not good. Right? Too much not good. Or to the extent of it is so not good, it's not good. Not that it's bad, like not that it's good by negating not good. It's not good as in bad, so it's very bad. It's so bad. So not good. Or something like, man, that's definitely not very dog water. Okay, anyways, and I think we're gonna have a problem if they get tricky with Sugiru, but okay. Let's see. It's fine. No changes for polite. One of your N3 grammar points today translate that it's so not X. Oh, so there is something for that's so not X. For wake ga nai. Wake ga nai. Oh, interesting. That's good. So there's a distinction. So we don't have to, it doesn't overlap with this. Nice. Yeah, that's so not X. But its meaning is closer to, oh, there's no way that, oh, that cannot be the case. Oh, right. Dang it. Okay, that doesn't quite express. Interesting though. That's so not bad. So that's gonna be another fun little crossover. That's so not bad. That's so not X, meaning that's not the case, as opposed to that's so not bad as in the extent of a phrase that is inherently negative, right? Because the reason why I'm saying this is in NetSpeak right now, one of the most common things, yeah, it's just so as a more literal translation, wake. I see. So like NetSpeak, the thing that I find that is growing in popularity is when someone's expressing something, they're using the negation of the adjective with a negative intensifier to like really punch home, like really emphasize the importance. So instead of saying good, they would say not bad. It's kind of funny because German has a funny like there's a meme about Germans like saying, oh, that's not bad, as in it's quite good situation. But anyways, that's a little like digression into like German things. But so not bad. So instead of using good, they used not bad, and then they added intensifier. So that's so not bad, or that's very not bad, as opposed to saying that's so good, that's very good. There's a growing trend to change all affirmative positive verbs, positive phrases and stuff into their negative phrases by using the negation with not. So like, oh, that's so not good, or that's so not bad, as opposed to that's so bad versus not good. And that happens quite substantially. I usually use the affirmative when I need to sound positive, and then I use the negation when I need to sound negative. So whenever someone is really happy, I would say, oh, that's good. When someone is sad, I could choose to say, oh, that's very bad, or I could be encouraging and say, oh, that's not so like not so bad, or oh, it's not very, like, I'm not gonna say it's not very not good, to like emphasize that it's not bad but it's not good situation. So this is kind of like a what is it? Oh, the best one that I use most of the time is agree and not agree. So when someone tries to be more agreeable, instead of saying I may agree, they could say, oh, sorry, it's not agree, it's not disagree. And I've seen this in like movies more often now than ever too. So I may agree, as opposed to I do not, right? Conjunction these. I do not disagree. I'm like, okay, I do not disagree. And it does mean something different. So in Japanese, I can imagine it will mean something different. Do not disagree doesn't mean the same as agree, it actually means may agree to some extent. So it's not I do agree, is I may agree, and then do is the slang for English. So do is wild. So crazy. Yeah, I don't disagree could be neutrality, exactly. So I may agree, I may disagree, so I don't disagree. Good old. And it'll be interesting to see how... Is that an N3 thing? Like how to do neutrality by using a double negative? I don't know if I came across a Japanese thing. I feel like the closest thing that I have, you know, since I'm N3 and lower, is that you would say it politely. So if you disagree politely, it's the neutrality disagreement. That's the closest equivalent that I would have right now, where you would say you would soften the disagreement or you would soften the agreement in order to appear more neutral, right? In NetSpeak, don't disagree is usually the case. It's not don't agree. Don't agree is like way off left field. Don't disagree though, it's not saying anything. Like, and not saying anything in a good way, like in a agreeable way. It's trying to be agreeable by not being strong about it. Yeah, you think Japanese does that a lot of softening phrasing, yeah. And I think, hear me out, this is me churning my head. I think the trendiness of Japanese culture is kind of coming through as well. So in a way, you can pick out people who are like feeling at home because there's a lot of uncertainty. And this is a coincidence, by the way. I'm not saying it's causal, but there are some fun coincidences. Uncertainty in feelings and uncertainty in conditions is coincidentally lining up with how Japanese speak in public, because it's uncertainty in public, so public speech. Now that's different from, it's not all part of communication. There's also certainty communication. Certainty communication is like opposite of Japanese. That's the general facts things. When someone say general facts, like, oh yeah, everyone's bad at expressing their feelings. I'll tie this together. So that becomes certainty, but in Japanese, you would speak softened. You would soften in most cases. You would soften like, oh, I think a lot of people, or out of all the possibilities, there's a chance that people have problems expressing in public. In the meantime, whenever someone in NetSpeak using English goes to express something of certainty, which deals with facts, they are passed off as strong generally. However, when it ever comes to feelings and conditions like introversion, anxiety, depression, things that have apprehension, it really does remind you of Japanese speak. Like the English counterparts are very, very on point. Like, here's one. I've noticed this by a couple people. If that makes sense. And this has a varying degree between desho. It's not daro. It's definitely ne. It's between ne and desho. If that makes sense. So I'll illustrate. Man, this is very difficult. If that makes sense. Or I think A is a little confusing with B. So maybe it has something to do with A. If that makes sense. So it's like desho and ne in a way that there should be some sense between the person telling the other person, but they're not certainly sure, but it is something that has something to do with sense, as opposed to like, now, right? Is it? So if that makes sense. That's a new one. Pretty interesting. I hear it so repeatedly. It's a red. It's not a red flag, but it's a flag for uncertainty. So whenever someone adds a if clause, a conditional clause at the end that deals with expressing that they're either seeking agreement or not, that is a very glowing and uptrend, and Japanese does it like pretty much every character that is often in public and is any point of uncertain or like trying to be polite. They usually you either seek a question or they seek a confirmation or shared affirmation. So in English, like, I'm not saying, hey, NetSpeak is trending upward, isn't it? Or like, oh man, people that I've encountered has a tendency of doing this, right? Or so I actually do go back and forth between the indicative form and the subjunctive. However, when you speak to people in English, they kind of sound Japanese. Like, potentially unironically, but definitely coincidentally. Whenever I ask them, so what did you do today? I think I did a lot today. I think. I'm like, okay, so you did a lot. What, like, for example, can you give me an example of what you did that's considered a lot? Well, you know, I did A, B, and C, right? Don't you think that's a lot? I'm like, I guess. I mean, you're the one that's supposed to be telling me what you're feeling, because I don't actually know. And I don't say, right? Like, I don't know, right? I would say I don't know, because that is indicative. It is most certainly that I can't possibly know if it's a big deal to you if you do not express it to me. So whenever I think about conversation in Japanese, that's kind of the humor part. You know, whenever you see like a drama, it's a drama still. But when you see a drama between like person A and person B, it's always with a, do you feel this way? I don't know. Do you feel this way? Ne? Right? Like, I don't know. How do you feel? Well, I kind of feel like this, don't you think? It's like, oh, well, I kind of feel like that too. Kind of, don't you think? Like, back and forth. And that's kind of how, whenever you're talking to even people outside now, like especially NetSpeak, I'm like, are you sure? Like, you're not saying things like you're sure anymore. That has changed over the years. I think when talking with people, progressively younger people, these years, whenever you ask questions about them, they really humorously do remind me of Japanese people when they speak that aren't Japanese. Like, unironically, like they might not even be people who watch anime or dramatizations or interested in the Japanese language, but it's pretty like I find myself kind of smirking a little. Obviously we don't like see each other or anything, so my first thought is like, dang, this person, all I can hear is ne desho over and over again when they're speaking English. Like, oh yeah, I really like this game. I think. Do you think this game is good? I think this game is good, right? I'm like, okay. I mean, I'm sitting here having you tell me what your opinions are, but it doesn't sound like you're so sure about any of it. However, and then it kicks you in the face, because the moment they have to state a fact that is not their own, as in, I don't know, X influencer said this a lot, they would punch you in the face so hard, like, this is true. They just knock you in the face like, this is true because X said it. And I'm like, I'm not so sure if you understand that it might not be true. built into my narrative of what's happening with the digital age of people, where when facts are read online, they are absolutely 100% confident because they've witnessed it happen. Whenever they're talking about their ideas, like own ideas you form, your own opinions, your collaborative synergies, it's often deflected off to something that was told to them. So they are most certain about the things they read online. They are often spoken in a softened voice in which most things are not certain when they're speaking about themselves. So it's like, oh yeah, you know what? I think I'm studying Japanese wrong according to this person. I'm like, okay, so the thing that person said, how is it related to what you think is going wrong? And they're like, well, that person said that this is what's wrong with what I'm doing. I'm like, that person didn't say anything about what you are doing. That person doesn't know you exist at the moment. Like, what is it about the person that said the things, and how does it relate to what you currently do? And they're like, well, you see, and then what they would go on and do is they would look for exactly what the person said in order to confirm that person's hypotheses, and ignore the rest, actually, because the rest of the stuff is so softened that they're uncertain about it. So for example, X influencer says it's not about motivation, right? Motivation is not important. If you can learn really easily, you don't need motivation. So this person would explain to me like, oh, you know, X said that motivation is not important to me. So what I did was I focused on making things as easy as possible, so I don't need motivation to do it. And my first thought was, so did it work? And they're like, no, it didn't work, because I couldn't make it easy enough to be successful. And I'm like, okay, but what if one of the problems you have is you don't have enough motivation, or if not any motivation at all? Does that other person that you're following as certainty understand that there are people who are not motivated at all, like no baseline motivation, and that could be the limiting factor, and not because the content is easy? And this is a real problem like that. And it's only a problem because a person came to me and asked if I could help. And in order to help, you have to understand all the things that are going on, right? Like, it's not really like you're going to achieve that. You're aiming to understand all of as many of the things as possible that is involved in your success. So whenever they talk, it's like, oh, I read online that this thing is true. Notice that's the phrasing. I read online that this thing is true. And then when I asked them, so what makes you think the thing you read online or saw is true in your case? And then that's where the I think, right? Maybe, if that makes sense, comes up. And immediately you transition from something like, this person doesn't make decisions on their own and synthesize decisions from their information. They rely on someone else to make the decision for them. So it's like clockwork, constantly over and over again. When they read something, they would specifically look to confirm it. So yesterday, someone came by and said, whenever they start a new skill building thing, they get like lambasted by YouTube with, oh, it's not worth your time to do this in the first place. That's what I mean. Like, it's so tough when someone wants something and what they're exposed to online is to not do that thing. And then you talk to them, it's like, will you still do it even though someone says it's not worth your time? You're like, no, because the fact is someone said it online and I don't have opinions of my own. Like surrogately, I'm talking about like how the person speaks to me is that they don't have opinions of their own, nor can they synthesize more instances of things that don't exist. So like if they don't see a video that says, oh, you should learn this language, then they lack the motivation to want to learn that language. If they have a video that says, oh, don't learn this language, it's not worth it, then they would need a video to counter that in order to literally make a counter argument for it, right? So that's kind of like a weird situation. Sorry, I'm going like slightly off the rails, but most of this stuff really does relate to language. Understanding language and communication skills are so interesting because you can use all of these indicators. When you talk to someone and you're advising someone, or you're speaking to someone and you're trying to sound encouraging or discouraging, like, or confidence, like maybe someone around you want to be confident. Net speak, when people are on YouTube, they speak with confidence. So the normalization of English online is that it's indicative, it's with confidence. Not that all of it is confident. The ones that get served to you with the most highest frequency and tendency are served with confidence. When I talk to another person, I have to choose whether I want to be confident in what I'm saying or softening phrases. And honestly, I am far softer 90% of the time when I'm speaking to people that I consider as my peers, as individuals who know that we soften our conversations because we are actively wanting to discuss alternatives or contrasting and similar, different and similar perspectives. When it comes to talking to someone who acts on confirmation in order to rival that, in order to combat and integrate with that, you yourself have to be a source of confident speech. So it's kind of really, in a way, it kind of segregates communication. I tend to switch voices. I switch from subjunctive to indicative most of the time, and it's far more receptive than speaking subjunctive. I like to think that in Japanese speak, when you're like speaking Japanese, especially in public, and then you're interacting with strangers, which is what you'll do, most of the time it's the closest thing to the English subjunctive. And to me, I think people who learn Japanese often, the stuff that they presume and assume whatnot about Japanese is not quite it. I think public softening and whatnot, those purposes have an underlying element of neutrality, or like presenting opportunities for discussion or disagreement or agreement. They don't present it like removing choice. And it goes back to like hoshi and tai, which was today's grammar point as well. Like, and it's kind of humorous because sugiru comes up a lot in dramatic situations, and online when you're interacting with like Japanese content, they're very dramatic. Like YouTube, like when I watch my YouTube stuff, even the Japanese ones, it's dramatic. Even the interviews are dramatic. So I often wonder, wonder what happens when you meet a very reserved Japanese counterpart. Anyways, I am gonna have problems with this. We'll remember. Okay, what was the second point? Nisuru were fine, right? And then there's also Tosuru. Okay. Ninaru and kunaru. Kunaru was for the e adjective, and ninaru. Okay, we're good. And then we have the exception with e. No, nakade is fine. And then ga ichiban. I wonder how you're gonna enter this in the exercises. And then yori for the comparison. And then they are probably gonna do the whole single yori thing. This is a little bit problematic because I think I'm gonna screw up here. But we'll see. All right, let's get into it. Man, who said learning grammar isn't going to like elicit fun little talkies? Okay. Okay, so this is just a straight up standard, right? Is oi.
ここはゴミが多すぎる。
Oh is fine, right? Yeah, because it's all and it's not oi because all gets lopped off, even though it's so the e gets lopped off. Okay, right. Okay, right. All right.
何にする？
何にする？何にする？ Said help. I don't think. Heck. I don't got this. Oh wait, e adjective. I need the ku. Right. Okay. Oh, and I don't need a okay, I don't need a particle. I don't need a particle for this. Hold up. Oh, because the e adjective is the exception. Right. Or the e adjective is replaced with ku. I don't need the particle in the e adjective. Okay. Okay, so how is this gonna be done? Okay, kono right. なくて So I have no idea what's happening here. Hold up. Do I need the de? Oh, I do need it. Okay. No, I don't. I gotta see if I have a... Okay, hold up.
この中で一番好きな食べ物は何？
Huh. Hold up. So I don't need a thing in this case. Interesting. It shows that form in the box. Yeah, well, it kinda, yeah, I know, but that's not what I'm, that's not what I'm thinking of. Just because it shows that form in the box. Like, just because this shows the form in the box, it doesn't explain how those elements come together. Yeah, this is pretty much, it doesn't seem to have an example of that in details. Yeah, it doesn't. So that's interesting. I guess I would have to remember it as an exception until I know what it means. So I gave it a placeholder. Basically, I wanted to place something as a placeholder. So I was gonna place like I think my only argument that I can think of why this exists is because this is like redundant. So you know how like sometimes when you mention something like, and this is a redundant for something else. So you like to look at the example tabs as well for that reason. And sometimes have cases not covered in the main lesson. Well, the thing is you just said it has in the structure. So like, that's great that you have the example here. Right. But technically this example also exists here. And this example doesn't explain what I was looking for. Yeah, like for example, this would be the literal answer, right? This is the this answer here. It still doesn't explain, or like it still doesn't explain why that is. Although I kind of get why you wouldn't want to repeat this. So then I decided to try to put nani in it, right? But then that doesn't work either. So it's fair. Like this. So the second example is what I was trying to do. So since this already has what was it, kono? I'm guessing it's because kono is redundant and it's already simplifying something before it. So like this is already getting replaced by kono, and then if you say kono again here, it's like redundant. So if you're already simplifying two things, you don't need to replace it. And then what I did here is I did this structure where I'm like, oh well, you could just put nani in it. It is being redundant because the what you're looking for is already this. So that's fair. That's kind of my thought behind the process, where like, okay, well, you're repeating yourself twice. So it's one of those things where you don't repeat the object, you replace it with this. And then if you're replacing this with this again, you might as well just not mention it at all. Like the object didn't change, or like the noun didn't change. So this is the example I was looking for as well. So I combined this and injected it here, which doesn't change the phrasing, in case you're wondering, right? Like even if you write nani ga ichiban 好きな食べ物はな oh wait, it might actually, because nani is here. Actually, I take it back. Oh, I can't do that because it's probably here. Then it would be okay. Oh, maybe because this is the topic. Oh, okay. No, maybe it's because this is the topic. Yeah. I see. Okay. So then that means that you would... Oh, then the word order would be this way. Wait. Is there another example of this? Hold up. Is there another example? Yes. Nandesu. So it's the word order. So yes. So here it's because of the word order that you don't need to mention the object. I got it. That makes sense. So does that mean that when you have this structure, you still have to follow up with this clarifier? That's interesting too. You can see that every instance when you have the topic, right, being marked, this is the phrase of the topic, it does not require you to signify that here, right? Because the topic, it's back here. That's interesting. And it makes sense because then I would have like a mix of I would have a topic of the, I mean, yeah. Actually, what about this one? Yep. So interesting. All right. I got it. I know what I'm looking for, at least for now. I know what I'm looking for. That's pretty neat. All right. この晩よりその晩 that's considered contrastive. Okay. And I promptly forgot everything. I promptly just forgot everything. Oh gosh. No dice. Oh, right. Right. Okay. Oh. Wait, that doesn't answer this. No. That doesn't answer my question. I need the object, right? No, and then it's just Holga for that one. Nah. Nah, Holga. Okay. Alright, alright, alright.
"このパンよりそのパンの方が美味しいです."
Okay, so nah adjective. Wait. The na doesn't need yori as well? Yes. Okay. Okay. I don't know. I'm not too confident on that. Why couldn't it just be maske? You know? Okay, so maske, somehow I'm gonna weave maske or kemas or maske or menoske somehow into Holga. And it's really Holga because no na and nothing shows up. Okay. And then we're gonna try to blast through the vocabulary because in the interest of time. Hitherto. Nice. I don't know. I actually not quite sure what hitherto means. Here on like up to now, hitherto? I gotta look at hitherto. Until now? Okay, yeah. Hitherto. Alright, Mada is a word which indicates being in a state of something not having been completed. Right? Right, I think that checks out. I was reviewing the grammar point in my head for a moment there. Itai is fair enough. Local cringy. Ipu, fair enough. Guess make disappear or to erase, to rub, to turn off, to extinguish, to remove, to drown out, yeah, and to unalive, to rub out, yeah. I usually think of it as to make disappear, largely because it kind of describes all. Oh, I thought of an activity that I'm going to be doing starting in March for the vocabulary thing. Can we add notes? Where does notes show up? It shows up right up here, right? Yeah, it does. Yeah, we're gonna do a different activity. After the first month, though, we're gonna do a different activity on this, and it's gonna be fun because it's gonna be related to WaniKani activity. It's gonna be a tester. We'll see how quickly we can pull it off. Kotaeru. 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 Yeah, kotaeru. Okay. Mori. Fair enough. One thing that is very different so far in Bunpro, just a vanilla Bunpro, like we're not adding any extra things, is the idea that this stuff isn't visible whenever you're answering, which is awesome because I don't do that very often. So we're removing the recognition component from Bunpro. Does not rely on recognition, right? And that's kind of one of the things that visibly is a checkpoint. I have a checkpoint in trying to visualize the character instead of recognizing it. And this does deal with the ending, like this stuff too. Kumori would be a recognition problem here, which is like the endings to the verbs, the various endings to various verbs or various characters. Right, semai. That's fine. Dainen, it's fine. Kuro, fine. Sentaku, maybe not as fine. Sentaku, I don't remember what I have on this. Okay, so every time I'm saying fine is I'm deconstructing these characters. So I'm taking this word and I'm deconstructing them into their separate characters. And then I'm doing a quick test for their reads, whether they're onyomi or kunyomi, and then testing their meaning after that. The characters separately themselves, not the whole thing, but the characters themselves, in case I forget one of them. Right, so I'm doing the opposite, like we're going back downward towards WaniKani as opposed to going upwards towards a sentence, which sentences will be provided. That's Bunpro goes the other direction. They take the vocabulary and then they take the sentence, fill in the vocabulary, so it's going down from the sentence. And I'm not sure about Taku. Taku is not fresh in my head. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I always thought it was. Oh no. Yeah. No. The other way sounds weird. Yeah. 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 Or yeah. It gets shortened in colloquial. Right. Jozu. Can't forget Jozu. Eta? Nope. You're right. Umai. It's got umai. Which means anything that is positive. Indeed. 日本語上手です。And it also drops the o, which is funny. Colloquial speak. 日本語上手ですね。I like how you use the maku. The how I converted maku into the curtain. Shonen. What I typically say is 你的中文说得很好，太好了。A bit of flattery. You spoke your spoken Mandarin in very, very well. very well. Like good, even very well. Similar sentiments. I'm trying to think if I heard the Spanish equivalent of the popular phrase. Not really. Like, it's kind of weird to, like, in my head, I don't hear a stereotypical saying you speak Spanish really well in like the same way that Nihongo jozu desu ne, and 说的中文很好, right? 说的中文很好. Similar. French or German, people just switch to English. Oh, you know what? That's probably it. That's probably why I can't think of also in Spanish. Like, your Spanish is good. Like, I think that's you speak good Spanish or something like that. I can't think of it. Yeah, like 你说的中文很好 is like classic. It's incredibly classic. So when I learned about the Nihongo jozu desu ne, like that meme, I'm like, yeah, like I don't even need to read Chinese or like hear my parents say something or someone to trigger my Mandarin speak, like my weak broken Mandarin speak, to immediately know how to say you speak Chinese well. Like, it's very, very common. Super common. Yeah. And it deals with that whole public thing. Hoang. In my dialect, I haven't ever heard of it because you don't really refer to the dialect. It's super rare. You either speak the dialect or you don't. The response would be something like, for example, I feel like this is gonna happen in Japanese. If you happen to speak a Kansai dialect, for example, and then you go to like Osaka, and then someone says something like, "Oh, are you from Kansai? Like, are you a Kansai native?" That's what I would expect when you enter a less nationalized or popularized dialect. So in Fujianese, when someone speaks Fujianese to someone, they would inquire if you either know someone who is Fujian or you are Fujian. Like, they would ask if you're Fujian, as opposed to saying, "Oh, your Fujianese is very good." It would be immediately they just jump to the conclusion like, "Oh, do you know someone who's Fujianese?" If you don't look like it, or be really shocked. And then alternatively, you look Chinese and they would ask you, "Oh, are you Fujianese?" As opposed to like saying something else. Like saying, "Oh yeah, your dialect is really good," because they usually, the happenstance is not to expect that someone would be speaking in a dialect. They would speak in either Cantonese or Mandarin most of the time. That's such an interesting thing. Like French has like 20 plus different variances outside of the we French. So like, I'm around French's border, there are like different influenced versions of French and their neighboring border things. Like even Catalan is spoken in like Southern French or something. So I'm curious if that happens in German and French. Spanish, probably like Dominican. Like you can probably pick out Dominican definitely from like a Chilean or Puerto Rican or something like that. And Mexicano. And then, you know, occasionally you might find a Spanish international come by and talk and like, "Oh, hey, are you from this region?" As opposed to, "Hey, your Spanish is really good." Maybe something like, "Oh, 你可以你 哇，你也讲对福州话，你got dinner all here. That would be something like, oh, you can speak Fujianese. Where did you learn Fujianese? As opposed to your Fujianese is good. It's more like, wait, how did you like where did you learn these? Itadakimasu. Itadakimasu. All right. Dono kurai. Dono kurai. Dono kurai. Phrase primarily used to ask about the rough amount of something. I don't recall. Okay, there's also, yeah, here's the dore kurai. Dore kurai. Man, it's high, it's Heiban. I typically have set it for a long time this way. So like dono kurai, as opposed to like well, what I typically have set, I thought these as two separate things. So then this would be like, I thought it would be this way. So dono kurai, but this is having it marked as dono kurai. Interesting. I guess it might sound less weird in sentence. Made. Wait. Okay, grammar point. I totally forgot half the grammar points, like the nuance ones for made. Something about measurable. I think made had something to do with measurable. If it's a noun, it's like less measurable, and then if it's like an adjective, it's more measurable or something. I'm really trying to remember the nuances because I feel like Bunpro does a fairly spread out job of like giving you the different use cases. Even in the vocabulary section, they would like throw you a meaning 6 or throw you a meaning 8, and it may be like because of perhaps illustrating the frequency or something, but there were a couple situations already. I think there were 5 or 6 instances where it was like, oh, that one. Okay, Raigetsu. Raigetsu. I need to hear this.
ダイエット
Diet. Okay. So, Tengetsu. Alrighty.
弟はまだ5歳だ。
足が痛い
これは飛行機の切符です。
Oh, I do have to mention one thing. I'm not sure where I'm gonna mention this. I still have to find a way. I usually am far slower. I take my time with when I'm doing things on stream, but oftentimes it's like shortcuts and stuff when I'm off stream. So these are the times where I basically try to slow down as much as I can to do more things. So one thing that may be a little bit confusing or maybe impatience can roll in is the idea that I'm I'm sitting here thinking about things, but I don't typically think about them when I'm like passively watching anime and like hearing vlogs and stuff. Then only then what I do is I typically jump as quickly as possible to whatever gets me to the answer. This one though, this is my time where I rant and talk about things as deeply as I can. I think it's one of my basic rituals. When I'm very active and still have stamina left, I still try to use my whole brain, all the ripples and all. And then I go into smooth brain territory, automation and smooth brain territory when it comes to watching things in the evening and chilling and chillaxing and vibing. So, Konro, really? Konro no ka? No hi? Konro no hi? Oops. Wait. Uh-oh. I thought of so many things there. Oops.
質問に答える。
Oh, there was 2 answers there.
今日は曇りだ。
That helps. The da helps. Oh. I don't want it. Wait. Hold up. This isn't what I think it is. I actually, like, they're gonna bot me this, right? Yeah. How do we lack space between walls? Oh, right.
この部屋は狭い。
Right.
私は来年で20歳になる。
There's Hatachi. I paused today when I said Niju Nichi. And I'm like, huh. No, I think that deals with years specifically. I think. But I'm not sure. It could still be Hadachi or I don't know. But specifically, the only time I remember Hadachi is dealing with the age of someone.
私の家の風呂は小さい。
毎日洗濯をします。
一人で暮らしている。いいえ、両親と暮らしています。
彼はサッカーが上手だ。
Eh? There's no dice on this. Ah, umai. Okay. Got a default to umai.
兄は歌うのがうまい。
And ending could have helped with that. Or the lack of, I suppose.
あなたは去年何歳でしたか？
朝ごはんを食べる前。いただきます。
この教科書の重さはどのくらい？
Dono kurai? Yeah? Yeah? Hey, it's up and it's upper too. Oh, right. Right, and then you could also do kurai and kurai. Okay.
学校から家まで歩く。
来月は12月だ。
ダイエットをする。
先月は誕生日でした。
I kid you not. This is the most times I've ever seen the word diet. Though. It might be super common, but I like written out, not heard. Heard, I heard. Oh no, what happened, Bunpro? Bunpro? Uh-oh. I've noticed this happen before. Not on stream, but. Okay. Am I disconnecting? No. Well, we yapped enough for the 2-hour period for our reviews. So here we go. Yeah. I am looking forward to February, where we're gonna like start really practicing these things. Actually, it won't take till February. We got 5 days left. No, 6 days left. And then we're gonna start doing a review process for across till March. We can really hammer on, start to come up with clever ways and integrate diagramming and whatnot. I gotta organize all these thoughts. Vocabulary, we're gonna do the vocabulary will also conclude before the month of March. It's all planned now. Got a better feel. Okay.
ゆいはクッキーを買った。ゆいはクッキーを買いました。
Okay.
何が好きですか？
At the moment, this first month, and for the next couple days, the next 6 days, I'm still focusing on trying to gather all my thoughts while I'm doing this. There's no like routine that is locked in place yet. Like the steps that I'm going through, that is a routine. just kind of a bit of a jumble at the moment.
まだ雨が降っているの？
Okay.
たくさん雪が降りました。
Okay. Uh,
花がある木。
okay. Okay. That concept is okay.
7時までです。
これはゆうきさんのお母さんですか？
I was thinking ka is also non-exhaustive, but it's interrogative and particle. Okay.
あと30分ぐらいで行きます。
Write the alternatives, could I? Okay, so
川が細い。
okay. Heck. Emphasis on order. So I would need the Tay form. Right. Definitely need the Tay form.
「暇になってからゆっくり旅行に行きたい。
Okay. Interesting that Yukuri Ryoko becomes a long trip. Leisure, right? Leisure. Leisurely. Okay.
あれはバスだよ。
東京に何をしたの？行く？ Conjunctive? Oh. Uh-oh. Oh.
東京に行って何をしたの？
Irregular. Iku is irregular. Okay. And this is the order map. Gakkou ni iku. Nani desu ka? Such a subjective feeling. This is the Noga ski?
学校に行くのが好きですか？
Yeah, the way it's phrased, you like going to school, so we nominalize going to school, and then ski. And then the deska kind of seals the deal. There are certainly other ways to say that. Unexpected. Shimashita.
もうしました。
Okay. 電車は東京に progressive polite 行く。
電車は東京に行っています。
I've got the polite, so います not いる。います。彼が来る article and extent until 日本語を勉強します。Oh no wait. Until new one. This is a new one. It could be no. It's not that. Oh no. I think it's just same.
彼が来るまで日本語を勉強します。
I think we have multiple notes now. Two or three grammar points. On made. それは extend 面白いですね。I think this is
それは結構面白いですね。
Okay. Alright. 早く食べたい。
早く食べたい。
Thai form is something that was drilled by Duolingo fairly early. So many very specific forms are drilled. And then we're avoiding, or not necessarily avoiding, but we're lower practicing polite things and dedicated to more casual and semi-polite, like casual and semi-polite things because of the drilling Duolingo in the first year. Omo, 難しい。Article confirming? Particle confirming? Is that considered a particle? I don't think it's considered a particle. So which one is this? An aggressive, isn't it? There's no, it's not. It particle. What particles do we have? That's like aggressive, or like, maybe like, no, that's not considered. Sorry, I started typing Dado. Maybe. The show is too soft, right? It's gotta be Dado. I guess that's considered a particle, maybe? Nope. How about a grammar pattern that's a bit more polite? Oh, you really do want desho? No? How about expanding the base grammar pattern to include the extra nuance within the translation? Yes. I am having a problem with that. Mr. Bunpro. Oh, wait. I remember. Wait. But it's semi-polite. Okay, it's probably... No? Wait. Wait. Oh no. How about like this? Oh no. Oh wait. Can I get Oh no. Oh no. I haven't what else can you confirm? Maybe I mean, can it just be net?
今日も忙しいね。
Whatever. We're whatever. That's fine. I guess. Oh, okay. I mean, that's fine. Eventually, you'll get to it. You know, eventually. So they consider that as confirm and. Okay. All right. No? Anyone is fine. How do we get everyone is fine? Something E, probably. Permissive. Maybe MOE? That doesn't quite jive.
誰でもいい。
MOE. Because of noun. MOE. The expression. My smooth brain. 私は彼が嫌いだ。ね？
私は彼が嫌いだ。
Oh, 彼が Oops, I dropped the ga. 彼が嫌いだ。勉強する in the negative progressive polite. Oh boy, howdy. Okay. My brain is gone. Oh no. Wait. Hold up. I still haven't studied. Oh no. まだ勉強して今な
まだ勉強していません。
I had a typo somewhere. I didn't see what where the typo was. It could be the M. My M key doesn't work. Oh no, wait. I don't have an M here. Oh, it could have been Made actually. Mada. No, sorry. I think I might have typed Made actually. I meant to type Mada if I typed Made. Mada. Okay. So hold up. Still, I can. Okay, shite, right? A form. And then we do polite, non-pass polite, and the negation. So we could also do it as nai. Oh no. Shite nakatta. Hold up. Are all these other ones? Oh, shite inai. Oh, right. We're conjugating iru. Right. So it would be inai. And if we were doing the past, inakatta. Inakatta. And we can omit the e as well. Alright. Kairu before 前に
帰る前に勉強をする。
勉強する。掃除をしは。Oh, this is particle, non-exhaustive, no particular order, right? So it would be something like 掃除をしたい掃除をしたり洗濯をしたりした。I think
掃除をしたり、洗濯をしたりした。
Alright. Awful. それは awful です。大変 and then probably fine because we have the des, right?
それは大変です。
Not adjective. Okay. Now we do the vocab. Vocab.
会社の飲み会で社長。さあ皆さん乾杯をしましょう。
あれは映画館ですか？
僕はまだ娘の彼氏と会っていません。
子供。僕は消防士になりたいです。
消防士 Interesting.
夫が妻に、どうして君は怒っているの？
スーパーに行く前に飼い犬の散歩をしました。
I think this is Genki. Heck! I was going for it. Alright, fine. No wait. Can you actually use? No. No, you can't use that word either. That doesn't describe people. What's another way? Maybe like akarui? Heck. Oh no, lively deaths. Not got nah. What is another way to say bright and cheery and lively? I guess Nikiyaka is. Oh no, it can't be. Like you can't describe people that way. What else is lively? Oh, it could be like asobi. I'm so. Why are there so many? Hold on. Let's think about this carefully. What is another way? Are always lively. Elementary school and kindergartens are always lively. Oh wait, no, that's fine. It's not people. Sorry, that's places. I'm a butthead. I didn't read that properly. I thought it said elementary school kids and kindergarten kids. Like I was inferring the people. No. This is Nikaka. I spelled it wrong. Probably. Yeah, I did. What?
小学校や幼稚園はいつも賑やかです。
I overanalyzed myself. I thought they were referring to the kids. Dang it. It's fine. It'll happen. Oops.
客が店員に本当にこのエアコンの性能がいいのですか？
Oh no, we don't have the other air conditioner yet.
来週は試験があるので今週は勉強をします。
このビルは学校かな？
兄が弟に、もう終わったことをくよくよ悩むな。
くよくよ。くよくよ Well? Or yes? Interesting. Darn you!
あなたはどんなご飯が好き？
Dang it. I did a 50-50. I was like rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Oops. What? Oh. Oops. I missed the
母が息子に、いらないものを捨てましょ
う。Heck!
明日の午前までにこの課題を終わらせなくちゃいけない。
Interesting. Okay.
今日はお風呂の掃除をしなくてはいけない。
息子に厳しいことを言ったが、彼は理解していない。
Oops.
鉛筆で字を書く。
これは彼のノートです。
同僚、彼女は君の上司でしょう？
雨の日はバス停の列が長くなります。
あそこは危ないです。
End, right? I thought end was... we're using probably to Need a verb conjugate. Oh no, it could be. Oh, it's because. Wait. No. That's the movie. No, we are doing like.
もう映画が終わってしまったので悲しいです。
待って。Oh, 終わる。
外が暑いので涼しい室内に行きたいです。
音楽家。明日は一日中音楽の制作をするつもりです。
鑑定士。それはあなたの先祖のものですか？
僕は毎日日本語の勉強をしています。
この道は広いです。
新鮮な寿司を食べに北海道へ行く。
Hokkaido has some fallen. What is the stem part? Or not the stem part, what is I think they're fallen? Oh, wait. Wait, what type of fallen are we talking about? Hail. Hail.
おばあちゃんから近所であられが降ったと聞きました。
夫が妻に、すぐに怒らないでください。
あなたはコーヒーを飲みますか？
夏休みはいつまでか知っていますか？
Heck. Wait. How is everyone doing? Oh.
先生、皆さん元気ですか？生徒たち。はい、元気です。
私の好きな場所はここです。
No. I have so many thoughts. Hold up. Breathe. It's like, oh. Oh no. Wait. Really? Not? You meet and then you discuss, so like, what? Online meeting. Oh, they're using like probably.
風邪が流行っているのでオンラインで会議をしましょう。
新聞を配る。
寝坊したので遊びの時間がありません。
これはカフェですか？
母が娘に、どこでその怪しい人を見たの？
本社を東京に置く。
私は太ったけれども昔より今の方が幸せだ。
南の方にベランダがある家に住みたい。
You probably have like 6 or 7 cars for meeting. Seems like there's a lot of words for it. Yeah, me too. You just keep throwing around all the words. I thought it was kaitan, like meeting and talking. Kaidan, and then there's like there's various forms of like tan and kan and sha. I can meetings all over the place.
母が私にあの国には行くなと忠告した。
It'll be interesting to see if they end up on grammar points or not. Or like some sort of nuance, connected with some sort of nuance. Like, it's gonna have to be a coincidence though.
私は毎週塾に行かなくてはいけません。
親が子供に、結婚をする前に同棲をした方がいいよ。
Yeah, that one includes the O.
この鳥を傷つけたのは誰ですか？
Whoops.
封筒に切手を貼らなくてはいけません。
僕は漫画よりアニメの方が好きだ。
Classic phrase.
あのラーメン屋さんの右のお店の名前を教えてください。
Good old positions.
この学校は古いです。
Heck turnover. I'm gonna say
田んぼを返す。
yes.
この本は図書館のものです。
すみません、バス停はどこですか？
Oops.
子供、味見をしてもいい？おや。少しだけね。
Oh. Oh, no, wait. Heck! I missed the E! Oh my gosh, I keep typing.
熱があるときはお風呂に入らない方がいいよ。
Holy.
日が沈むまでスキーをしたので筋肉痛になりました。
Into.
寒いので温泉に入りたいです。
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I don't recall the twist. The twist is I don't know the twist. Brainstorm about this for a moment. Oh, right. Right.
ネクタイが曲がる。
タグ。この服を水洗いしてはいけない。
Cheerful.
私の母は明るい人です。
今日は風がとても強い。
俳優の独り言。もっと有名になりたい。
ん？
好きな言葉は愛だ。
先週より今週の方が多く働いた。
Oops.
店員。これは性能がいい掃除機です。
今日初めてサッカーをしました。
私には子供が2人います。
Heck. Invite. Invite. パーティーにたくさんの友達をいましょう。いい？Keeping. Oh. I thought I was going with assault, or maybe not. Huh. Oh, it could be is it Yobu? Yeah. Yo
パー
works.
ティーにたくさんの友達を呼びましょ
姉が妹に。なんで泣いているの？誰のせい？
Got no say. That's interesting.
う。東の反対の方角は西です。
Fair enough.
今は朝だからおはようと言いましょう。
Relax. する。
同僚との会話。休暇中はビーチに行ってゆっくりするつもりだ。
The suitor kind of gave it away. This has a nuance of later at night. Let's use a word that is used for a slightly earlier time. Hold up. Slightly earlier time.
デートに誘う。明日の晩に一緒にご飯を食べませんか？
僕、お名前は？
私は車を洗うバイトをしています。
Which? Which most puts your body at ease? I only got Dochira. Wait, can I do? Okay. How can we say something similar with a bigger range of options? Did I type correctly? Yeah, no, I didn't. I just screwed up the which doll.
あなたはそこに行ったことがある？
今日は楽しかった。うん、すごく楽しかった。
私は男の人と話すことが嫌いです。
Dang.
私は彼女と遊ぶのが大好きです。
服を脱ぐ。
Oops. Not that, not that.
弟より私の方が料理をするのが上手だ。
妻が夫に、両親の前でスキンシップをしないでください。
Skin? What? 前でSkinship. Interesting. I can kind of see it. Skin, like, kind of like, interesting. Touchy. Oops. At the knee.
おじいちゃんがおばあちゃんに、ばあさん、一緒に散歩に行きませんか？
Classic Wasego. Yeah.
洋服を売ったりあげたりする。
Nope.
あなたの教室はどこですか？
この店は新しいです。
子供のためにジュースを買う。
携帯で病院に電話をかける。
牛肉は高いから豚肉ですき焼きをしましょ
That sounds delicious.
ここに青のペンがあります。
う。まだ晩ご飯を食べていないのでお腹がペコペコだ。
Peckish. Pickle pickle that. That's what I think of when I think of pickle pickle. Peckish. Uh
君は今までにハンバーガーを何個食べたことがあ
I
る？
immediately think of kurai, but none. Yeah, that makes sense with that construction.
母が息子に、一緒に大学のオープンキャンパスに行きましょ
父が義理の父を誘う。一緒にパンを買いに行きませんか？
う。医師、時々運動をした方がいいですよ。
私はサッカーを習っています。
雪国の人は毎日雪かきをしなくてはならない。
父は毎朝新聞を読みます。
先生の独り言。今日はたくさんの宿題を出そう。
写真を見ながら、どの女性が警察ですか？
Imagine.
友達と走る。
Imagine.
あなたの好きな食べ物は？
日本の夏は暑い。
Oh. I don't think this is what I think it is. Not literally. Or maybe. Do I? I mean, I could type like. Oh, okay. Step down. Like. From his position. Thought it might have been. Oh no, I think I spelled it wrong. I think Ori. Ori works.
彼は未成年と印象したので、市長の座を降りました。
この犬はとてもかわいい。
I had an extra syllable for whatever reason. It just sounded better, I guess.
どうやって文法を勉強していますか？
Ah. Let's try the abbreviation one. Oh, man.
これは兄のパソコンです。
Just went with Pasocon first.
感情を外に出す。
外に出す。
私のお弁当はどれ？
僕は日本に5年くらい住んでいます。
僕は彼女からのメールの返信を待っています。
小さな子供。僕の歯はまだ生え変わっていません。
Interesting. Interesting. Let's try another word here that is used when crossing. Oh.
姉が海外へ渡ったのは5年前だ。
I see. Crossing the seas. Wait. Oh. Oh, right. Standalone.
僕は牛の肉が大好きだ。
It
ま
has
た
niku
豚や
in it.
鶏の肉も大好きだ。
私の妹は8歳です。
What points? Alright. Okay. I think we're just gonna keep on this. I was trying to do like a recovery, like an active recall session, but I think we're gonna leave it for now. See where we can make room for an active recall session. Although today I have a longer day. I'm gonna end here for now. So that's a wrap for my Bunpro session. We're gonna watch this here. Arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro, give it a try, you know. You're always welcome to come on by, discuss, meander, banter, share some ideas, try to keep each other motivated. So until next time, minasan, mata ne. Mite kurete arigatou. See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, stretch, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you, thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第373天 It's day 373. Got quite a few things, a couple of things from yesterday. Got the for shop. This time, who has a trellis full of metal in the bathroom? Popeye does. Fun. Numerous. They're the hit woman and the foreman arguing constantly, fussing over some numerous things. Annoying Frodo, right? Or splash. Patrick avoiding the missile barrages shot from arrows in his bunker by the slope from his co-workers. Water balloon splashes. Sure. Was sure. Tidy up. Gotta tidy up with those silk gloves given by Fiona, right? Oops. Got La. Rain in. Gonna use that elven power with an elven leather lasso. Rein them in. Stiff shoulders. Okay. Get into our lessons.
狭窄
Chajai. Narrow.
狭窄漩涡
漩涡. Revolving whirlpool. Cool. What?
漩涡
Gotta be careful. Revolving is a basement.
低碳
低碳. Low in carbon. 低碳.
低碳尸体
尸体. Corpse body.
尸体恭请
恭请. Oh, this one's, I don't know. A hectare is not a public 100 Chinese acres. We'll just say a Chinese, like a public Chinese acre is a hectare.
恭请狭窄 漩涡，
Chill.
恭请，低碳，尸体，
All right.
二氧化碳，
二氧化碳. Two oxygens, one carbon dioxide. Oh, wait. It doesn't even say one carbon.
二氧化碳，
It actually says two oxygen change carbon. Or transform carbon, yeah.
汗腺，
Hun sweat, qian gland. Qian is pretty weak though.
汗腺，
Although we're gonna have a lot
厌
of
湿，
glands coming up. 验尸. Examine the or check the corpse. Autopsy.
验尸，
Oops, I
泪
missed the
腺，
P. 泪腺 tear duct. A tear gland.
泪腺，涡轮，
涡轮 world full wheel. Interesting.
涡轮，
Turbine.
二氧化碳， 泪腺， 涡轮， 验尸， 汗腺，
Right. Sets
窄路，
Dailu. Narrow road.
窄路，孝子，
Jiaozi. Filial. Yeah, filial. I guess default to son.
孝子，花蜜，
Honey. Flower, honey.
花蜜，
Nectar.
姜，
Jiang. It does look like Jiang. That's an interesting thing. They squeezed in a soil into the bow. Jimmy Neutron is in front of the chapel where he's making a border around the chapel grounds. He works with his metal dog to dig up soil to form a border, then places a barbed wire at the top of it to make it so nobody can cross the border. Then he stands on the side of the border with a scientific high-tech bow ready to defend the solid. No comments there.
姜，怕，
Ah. Kinda looks like. Ah. The afraid or dread. But there's quite a lot of the right hand just having, yeah, the ball. Ball is a bit stronger. That's a little. Okay. So we have the scare plus the handkerchief. Patrick Star is in the bathroom of the auditorium where he is trying to make a nice handkerchief so he can feel fancy when watching the play. He goes up to the fancy bathroom attendant and grabs their white towel that they hold for the guests to dry their hands on. He rips a piece of the towel to make a white handkerchief as the attendants scowl. That's good. I'm all for that.
怕
Handkerchief. Oh, I don't want to talk about it.
怕
In the
窄路 孝子 花蜜 姜
Alright, next 5.
烂
Lan. Indiscriminate. Oh no. It kinda looks like a Jian. I wonder how our jailer is doing. Oh, it does look like a Lan as well though. We have 2 Lans. And then we have Jian. Like multiple Jian and Jian. That's a competition there. Lan kind of pulls ahead a little. Okay. On the side. Lan. Legolas is in the bathroom of the pawn shop, where he's indiscriminately spraying the jailer with a bunch of elvish water. The jailer, who is loyal pawn shop customer, is wondering why he is being treated so indiscriminately and tries to run out of the bathroom away from Legolas. Not sure how I feel about that one. Maybe it's just indiscriminately blessing things. It's fine. I think we're okay. Indiscriminate could be impartial, right?
烂
We'll think of it more like impartial.
不
Oh. That does not. Okay. You know what this kind of reminds me of? Chu. Chu doesn't look like it. Am I crazy? Or is this also Chu? No, it's not. Dang it. The stick carries bull. The stick carries bull, which doesn't help. Yeah. A lot of the walks the sound is carried by the thing on the top. The thing on the top right. Like, yeah, God. God is a little like there's also Chu. Okay, they're not that great. Okay, we're just gonna have to go with it. All right, give me the fool. Frankenstein is in the bathroom of the house where he is going to a walking stick meeting that's being held, magic stick meeting that's being held in the bathtub with one of the doesn't work. Frankenstein is in. Okay. Frankenstein. What the? Why? Oh. Bathroom, house. He is washing, preparing a magic or walking stick for his papa, Dr. Frankenstein. So they can go when they are going to walk outside. It's okay. It's mid-ish.
富
Who.
Cool. Crime. I got nothing. There is a headstone, so Ku takes it. Fair enough. Kufi is in front of the house, hungry for something spicy. He goes to the tombstone in front of the house where a dead pepper is buried and commits the crime of digging it up as a goofy dog do and eat the pepper. He wonders why crime sometimes tastes so good and spicy. Fair enough. I got you. Oh, like Mugu? Yeah. Oh, Wuku? Wuku and... Oh, okay. I see. Wuku. Yes. Innocent. Court of law. Wuku. Well, Wuku, the... Like, Wuku. I remember some stuff from, like, cop dramas and whatnot.
Who.
So this is the ghoul that they're talking about.
贼
J? Wait, hold up. I think this is the first J. Pretty sure this is the first J. I don't think I've heard this before. So yesterday we got the first Yai, and pretty sure this is the first J. We also have like Mie. Mie is super rare too. I think there's only one Mie. And then there's also one Yue. Say. I don't know. I'm pretty confident. That is such a weird sounding. Yeah. Thief, do you look like Jay? I don't look like anything. Nope. Is that a cross? That's a cross. So Zelda, ooh, of all the ones. Zelda's inside the beach house, actually. No dice. Okay. Zelda's inside the beach house on the bay, fending off a thief. The thief wears a straw hat and has a halberd in one hand to attack with, and a cross in the other to help fend off blows. Zelda uses her Triforce energy to lift a shellfish off the ground and throw it straight at the... Alright, Zelda is inside the beach house, where she encountered a thief trying to make off with the shellfish. She materializes a halberd and start throwing crosses at the thief. It's fine. It's starting to sound like Xena. Hopefully that doesn't sound too much like... It really does, actually. Dao Jie. No way to say thief. How many thieves are we up to?
贼
The other ones deal with Frodo.
乙
Yi. That looks like Yi. Yi for strain. No, for chair. Oh no. Qi is strange. Also ride. And then T for male, the pivot. Okay. It lines up with Yi. And the difference of a tree and a Slender Man. Okay. Oh, You know, this kind of reminds me of, what was the other one? Is it like school? I want to say it's school. Hold up. Or rely on. Oh no, it's E. Oh, it's E. Yeah. Wait, right? E. Okay. Interesting. Do they belong together? No. Of course they don't. Oh, hey. Why does lie look familiar? Is that trust? Oh, yeah. Actually, now that I think about it, yeah. Yoshi is in the basement of the house where he is being attacked by Slenderman. He relies on a barrel that he hides behind to protect him from blows. As each attack hits the barrel and not himself, he's so happy he found something he could rely on in the dark basement to protect him. We're good. Yoshi, the basement of the house where he is hanging out. Slenderman. Slenderman. She relies on Slenderman to pick out fun toys from the barrel to entertain him, keep him company, right? Okay.
乙
Okay.
烂 贼 乙 乎
Heck. I lost the like the meaning. Prime. Okay.
负
Alright, let's hop in. Quick.
驼
We practice this. It was a problem.
屯
That one was too.
名字
我的名字叫凯文。
Holy. I got it. I think I got it.
饿
Or hunger. Hunger is fine.
减 智慧
他是一个充满智慧的人。
繁殖
鱼类通常在水中繁殖。
杠铃，
这个杠铃很重。
Heck, that's not what that is.
纯，
Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no.
开心，
我不开心。
What? Hmm.
沮丧，
即使沮丧，也要继续努力。
Or dispirited, I guess. Become dispirited.
炸弹，
炸弹炸毁了大楼。
Or like a explosion, bomb, S things.
八卦，
我对八卦没有兴趣。
Oh no. I don't remember. Wait. King Sen. Oh, whoops. That's a typo. Okay. I swear this is like.
奔，
Okay. Like, it's a hurry run, it's a run quickly thing. Okay. It doesn't really matter. This is good enough.
瞪，
What the heck? Oh, yeah, we practiced this too. Ugh. Wait, is that not? Oh no, it's not. I have no idea. Okay. Trying to go. And go a little bit faster. Yesterday.
皮，脸，
Wait. The bottom's different. What the? What the? Wait.
秘书，
这位秘书非常有经验。
Oh, that's special. That's a special one. Oh no, it's Jun. What is that?
细菌，
Jing had a problem too. What the
红
heck?
润，
他的脸颊红润。
Okay. No. That's a screw up right there.
矢口
他矢口否认自己犯了错。
灭
Heck! What this? I think we're doing the possess, right? As opposed to the deodorant. I don't know. I don't know.
牲口
他每天早上喂牲口。
Okay. Uh-oh.
冗长
老师的说明有点冗长。
Wrong Chan? Kind of like long-winded. Okay. Superfluous. Oh, it's oh no. Gone.
脾气
他的脾气很坏。
Like temper.
拿到
我拿到了一本新书。
What? Is that not? Oh no, it's not. It's not. Dang it. I'm getting slightly those things. Well, It's deodorant though. Or it might be armpit. Oh, this is the confusion thing. Did I do possession? Yeah, we're gonna bypass on this.
咬 鼓掌
观众开始鼓掌。
兢兢业业
兢兢业业的员工总是受到赞赏。
Nope. Went for it. Didn't work.
测试
我们需要测试你的知识。
可恨
可恨的行为。
What? Oh man. Huh. Huh.
之 傍午
傍午是最热的时候，
祖 户
Oh, I missed a G. That's fine.
确保
我确保自己戴了眼镜。
果 正义
正义在我们这边。
Correct. Just as accurate. Okay.
报复
年轻人应该有抱负。
Like to assume ambition. Oh, that's what? Oh, I messed up. Embrace. That's not loss. It's carry on back. What? Hmm. Really?
.或 接 更 阴森
森林里的氛围十分阴森。
That's special.
促销
这本书今天开始促销了。
Oh no. Like worn out or like urge to promote, like sale promotion. Okay. I don't see how this is not a A. Yeah, there's no chance on this one. We gotta fix this one. Oh, it's the Pope or the Buddha. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. I don't know what to... And why? Because the right is sale. Okay. Oh no, that's 哲。
佛
佛 is. Try something else.
圣诸多
我们需要解决诸多问题。
My T didn't work there. Oh no.
忙
How the
绘声绘色
一幅绘声绘色的校园画。
折
eh? Okay. I think it's
沪语
沪语是上海的方言。
梦
that's such a coincidence. Both Mungs. Oh, dream both.
住宅
他们在城里有一个住宅。
Heck.
酗酒
他每个周末都酗酒。
垂死
这是一个垂死的国家。
都蚊帐
夏天睡觉时，我们都会挂蚊帐。
Yeah, heck.
当
Yeah, heck.
摘
Japanese is fortifying that one up. Okay. What? What? Hold up. One of them is, I think the right is Wu. So that means the left is not correct? That doesn't seem right either. I think both of them are correct. So one of them is not correct. Huh. I got it. I got which one.
帐篷
帐篷里可以容纳4个人。
我 欣慰
他进步很大，让我们感到欣慰。
or console, I guess.
奇妙，
这是一个奇妙的经历。
Like wonderful, marvelous. It's kind of like console gratified. Yeah, that's fine. Good enough. No. No. Excuse me? I missed the eye. Oh, no, that's one. So many. Hold up. I did. There must have been a typo for the first one. I don't know what I typoed the first time. Did I write you 3 times, both times? Possibly. Instead of you, instead of like I wrote you there. That's disappointing.
续，
That's very disappointing.
道歉，
我向你道歉。
Oh no! I immediately thought it's the one that I was supposed to work on.
咸鱼，
我讨厌咸鱼的味道。
贵，
That one's rough. What? Oh, typo on the first.
猎人，
猎人可以获取自己的食物。
减速，
车辆在弯道时应该减速。
No. Okay. My.
陌生，
他们对彼此很陌生。
How does this work for? Old, happy, it's fine. Satisfied is closer. For my liking there. Oops, done.
隐患，
尽早发现隐患很重要。
Heck, went for it. I don't know what went wrong there.
年迈，
年迈的老师还在教书。
刮痕，
新买的手机屏幕上出现了刮痕。
宪兵，
宪兵是军队中的特殊单位。
I did it both times. It's Ling, not Lian. Oh man.
主旨，
演讲的主旨是关于团队合作。
Or I guess main purpose is fine too. It's like the just main purpose or main idea. Okay.
希腊，
他在希腊学习历史。
府，烟囱，
房子的烟囱冒着浓烟。
Darn you. Dang it, not again. Constantly the leather. It's tyrant thing. It was fine in the word, but it's not fine as a character still, because the rain, I'm not using rain as literal rain, but figurative rain. I can use it as a literal rain there. It's a pass. The verb, the vocabulary word is.
孔雀，
孔雀是一种很美丽的鸟。
Oh no, wait, that's peacock.
资，右，
Uh-oh. Ah. Okay. Okay. I guess why it's next to the table. He has like a picture of can line it up with copious. This is new. This is a pass. Until later. We can't relate it to copious. I just like it. Good enough. Is there a bill there? Bill would be Hoang. Okay.
配
Probably not that good. No.
另出
那间店另出了一部分空间。
Not this time.
灵感
这首诗的灵感来自大自然。
Like inspired, spirited.
Qi
Dang it. Oops. Typo.
椰子水
我每天喝椰子水。
欢迎
欢迎订购。
汉 西 剖开
That's
科学家剖开石头来研究。
that's phone one. And it's still cut out or cut open. Why do I think it's a dan of some sort?
伤痕
他的膝盖上有一个小小的伤痕。
Maybe
青州
I don't know why I thought of that. Hmm. That's interesting.
迈进
我们必须勇敢迈进。
吗
Hmm. This is hogtied, right? Yeah.
遭 勒索
他试图勒索他的钱。
笼子
我买了一个新笼子。
冗
Oops. 3.
坝
Helium.
淘米
他用冷水淘米，然后煮饭。
Just the Hmm.
饭经
What? Oh man, the left is. Yeah. The heck? I thought I was okay. And then I looked at it again. Excuse me? Yeah, oh, the enjoyment. Or happy and joyous? Joyous. 血 not 血。
展翅，
鸟展翅飞翔，
Or spread wings. Same difference.
暴躁，
那个老板说话总是很暴躁，
Still like impetuous or like violent or irritable.
爱，
Oh no, that's not it. It's narrow. Narrow.
“瑞雪”，
瑞雪预示着明年的好运气，
或， 以，
Oh no, that's not T. That's Yi. Oh, actually. Then I got the right. Correct. Okay. The heck is that? Oh. Done.
单，
This 卓越，
卓越，
卓
卓越
越
的领导能力是他成功的关键。
That's questionable. I don't know. That is yet.
诞辰，
这天是他的100岁诞辰，
义，
What? Felt in the soul. Not that either.
横， 统，
Or tube, I guess.
普，巴黎，
巴黎是法国的首都，
携带，
外出时要携带雨伞，
坐姿，
请保持正确的坐姿，
麻雀，
麻雀喜欢吃米粒。
I don't know what's going on in that one. I have no idea what's going on. Hmm.
挫折，
不要因为挫折而放弃梦想。
Pretty sure that's set back and fine.
"浸泡，
种子要先浸泡1夜才能发芽。
Oh.
汹涌，
他的内心充满了汹涌的情绪。
彩霞，
夕阳把天空染成彩霞。
Oh, let's think about this for a moment. Okay, it's Elan. It's Iran. Elan. Okay. It's Iran, right? Oh, messed up the bright. That's okay.
"海滩，
在海滩上拾取贝壳。
How do you get a? How do you get a C and a? Oh.
炉灶，
这个炉灶很老旧了。
呼风唤雨，
他在商业界呼风唤雨，没人敢得罪他。
惊现，
我惊羡他的成功。
路，唤起，
这部电影唤起了他们内心深处的感动。
沙滩，
沙滩排球，
纸屑，
地板上全是纸屑。
I'm misspelling.
"布，张，
Put a Y Why did he put a sunflower in his hair? Only standing guard. The pass from yesterday. Conspicuous. Okay. It's to soak. I mean,
伊朗
伊朗的历史非常悠久，
I'm gonna have to take a. We're gonna have to sort out long, because there's. Oh no, there isn't. Oh, wait. I was looking for copper. Yeah, so we have to sort out both the lungs. Okay. Let's sort the lungs. Lungs gonna be a big group. Right. Plus better. Okay. Concerning.
蝉
Excuse me? Hmm. Big bottle. The hill? I don't know. Jung. Of course it's just Jung. We might as well rip off the band-aid and look at Jung and Ja and sort them out, because Jung and Ja, they're all proper nouns. They're kinda just proper noun. No attachment.
瑰宝
这幅画被视为国家的瑰宝。
This double bag of insects dealt with, like putting Oh, is it?
虾
Okay. Hmm.
正
Young is dumb. It's just young. Along with the other ones. We'll have to sort out Jung and Je. Jung and Je. And Jiang. Jung, Je, and Jiang. Just the... They're specifically for the names. None of the other ones.
糖 挫败
敌人的阴谋被挫败了。
Okay. Hmm. That's not it.
“倘若
倘若我们努力，事情一定能成功。
So it.
“抛
Hmm.
早 摊子
他的摊子上摆满了新鲜的水果。
曳
Nope. Nope. How am I? Oh man, I lost it. Oh, okay.
和弦
吉他初学者通常练习简单的和弦。
飞碟
你相信飞碟的存在吗？
反驳
你怎么反驳这个问题？
聋哑
为什么有些人是聋哑人？
宜人
餐厅里播放着宜人的音乐。
挂 红枣
红枣可以用来煮汤。
玫瑰，
玫瑰花开得很漂亮。
蝶，洗手，
我们携手一起解决问题。
公爵，
公爵的城堡非常壮观。
公爵 like Duke, yeah. Okay, so we got two like big groups to review. What time is it? Still pretty late. February. I have like 1 week to a little over 2 weeks to sort out how we're gonna balance February. Okay. Yeah. Ah. 将不烂不加载跟全屋风景低碳肢体二氧化碳类项涡轮面试汉像在路 孝子，孝子。花蜜。All right. Okay. Zelda inside beach house, whipping out her halberd and some throwing crosses at the thief that's trying to pilfer the shellfish on her vacation. Yoshi, basement, hang out with Slender Man with a barrel. A barrel of toys for the good old boy. Relying on the barrel of toys. Keep Yoshi entertained. Patrick. Bathroom. Auditorium. Trying to be fancy like all the other peeps. So he swiped some white towels from the service worker, I suppose, in the auditorium bathroom to make a fancy handkerchief. Hey, Jimmy Neutron, front of chapel, still constructing that barbed wire board. You know, that barbed wire defense. Barbed wire border. Now digging up some soil, you know, with this robot, and then setting up some bows for defense. Okay. Goofy, front of house. Made it a goofy crime where he dug up next to a headstone to find some peppers, some dead peppers. Punched on them. Legolas, bathroom, pawn shop. Instructed to spray people. Spray all the visiting jailers. Just to cleanse them. As an elvish, indiscriminately, right? Whether they're jailers or not, indiscriminately. Keep everyone fresh. Sure. Frankenstein, bathroom of the house. Going to go on a walk at some point with Dr. Frankenstein. Cleaning up, washing up the magical walking stick so they can go to walking. Alright, so Heckin Buddha. Four. Okay. And then we have the right. So long is why am I losing sight of silver? This is la. for bright. And then Lang. Lang is good. No. Like young man, young boy. And then there's Liang. Oh, there's also Lan. I don't think we need Liang. Wolf. Long. I think Long also has. Right. Long has the designator water. So you don't usually have that. Long. Or wave. Liang is really far. Oh, no. Liang is the principal. I'm thinking of the other Liang. It's for good as well. Heck, it's not hill, it's moon. And then wait. Young man. Okay. It's moon. Okay, so moon is bright. Good moon is bright, right? And the good young boy on the hill, Lang. The waves that come by, the good waves that come by are Lang. And then the good young boy on the hill is next to the good doggo, the wolf, Lang. And then everything is good, it's Liang, right? And then we have the Zheng. Okay, think about the Zheng for a moment. Zheng. Zheng. This is Zheng. Also have Zhe. Zhe deals with the spraying. Right? And there's Zhang. Oh no, wait. Is it not Zhang? Is it double Zhang? No. I really thought there were two of these. I guess not. Huh. Okay, that actually simplifies things. Oh, the one that kind of gets confused is Jung for swollen, to swell. Oh, but that's just Jung. Okay. So it's just these two. Although, hang on. Bottle is getting me a little bit questionable. Anytime a bottle has something besides Dian, no, establish. Oh, instead of big bottle, I used establish. I see. Okay, and I think I'm gonna connect these both with the aspect of establishing community. Okay. And ball. Let's go change up. Where are you? Picking ball? Not ball 4? I only have one use. I mean, they could be, this ball could be thrown in with Poo and Sa, which those are pretty bad. Or like we don't have Sa yet, but Poo. First, let's write this. So Frodo is inside where he works, right? Where he works with a Slender Man to greet the Buddha. He hopes that all the cost, that credit card is also dealing with cost for me. So cost of his plight and his suffering will be less by the visit. His boss, Slenderman. Wow. Slenderman takes care of credit card. Sure. I think we're gonna just slot this in with Pool. This Pool is a little rough too. We'll connect this with and that's the Bodhisattva? Heck! Bodhisattva? 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 It's a similar concept. All right. Okie dokie. What time is it? 1 a.m. All right. That's wrap for my HanziHero session today. If you're gonna watch this later, yes, yeah. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up HanziHero, give it a shot. You know, always welcome to come on by, banter a little, share some thoughts. Built up some companionship, keep each other motivated. Until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看。Right, see you guys next time. Thanks for watching. We got one more thing to do. It's a little wrap up of the 9th week. Neverwinter. I'll be back. Go walk around and stretch a little bit. Thank you. Thank you. Alright folks, welcome back. It is actually Tuesday. I totally forgot that yesterday was reset day. So this is our 9th week of the Neverwinter upkeep for Red Harvest Part 2, right? We'll get right into it. Pretty standard. We only have to do the 3 things this time because we have a activities credit this time. I read over some things, more on that later. Or like after the stream, after the daily weeklies commentary this time around. I made mention that I was gonna look at whatever relevant feedback that they were collecting for myself personally, and that had to do with the DPS side of things. And then for the very last week, week 10, which is coming up, I'll take a gander at the tank related stuff, which is the majority of commentary, really. So let's do our first 3 things very quickly. These are the only 3 things we have to do, which I enjoy doing because they're far more dynamic. We turn in our weekly activities for the 25, then off we go, right? Let's do our burn first. Our escape. Toros. Toros. Okay. Say hello to the Nebula. Fairly quick today. A bit more yappy next week, the very last week, to close up our Red Harvest 2. Some future seeking stuff. Those guys. Run. Okay. Excuse me. Pick out the eyeball guy. Like an eyeball guy. My middle button didn't go off, so sitting here holding on to that. Sorry, I had the timer on that. That guy just keeps blocking. The heck, dude. Okay. Alright. Off we go. Takes us back in here. And we go to our new location. Iron Forge. This. We're gonna do bottom first. Just a changing room. Get rid of the cube because the cube will interrupt us. Okay. Alright, and then we have the hang up because patch did something. There was a patch. That's why it took me like a minute before starting. But because there was a patch, then this is gonna hang up on the first time. The patch was interesting. It's kind of related. We'll talk about that afterwards. It's not relevant to me, but it will be relevant to the Discord stuff that I had been reading. Touch the door. Nothing happens. Go to the succubus. Okay. Then we go west to the souls. Now we go this way. I thought that leads to right next door to the sacrificial guys, but no. It's after this. We hit the light column. And we go stop here quickly to liberate the souls. Talk to the guy. Pop him very, very fast. Oh, or hit it too early. That's fine. Have them leave. Now we double back to the columns. That leads that back up to the middle section. As much as I like seeing the entrance of your mount as an animation, I would love to see the mount come in as you're moving. You know, kind of like a horse galloping by and you're already moving in that direction situation and getting on, as opposed to get stopped dead and locking you into an animation position like that. Goes a little bit more phonetic. Okay, so now we head on down here. We'll go this way. See what happens. Lowers our distance to be able to get to the temple. Touch this. Get rid of those guys. Grab these three. through, grab the holders. Start with this one right here. Wrap around here, touch this quickly. That guy might attack us, but that's fine. Alright. Cut out. Do this. Oh, this actually gets us back up. We still need the purple thing, so that's kind of a weird path. Yeah, not too fancying this double backing. Now I'm lost. Dang. Does this go back? Oh no. The purple thing is at the top. Yeah, no, that's not the greatest. Oh, actually, not that bad. If it goes up here, then we go over here. It can work. This is the purple. I just lost my bearing. Okay. Alrighty. I got those three. Oh, there's no way to go back around to these guys. Okay. Push the cauldron. Okay. Left, not alright. Starting to sound like an episode from Fallout or something. Mixing left with right. Alright, so we touch the wall, touch the door. Now we go pop some peeps. Go in. Right. Okay. Touch the amulet. Off we go. Out. Time to go to the Dream Vault. Here we go. Talk to Valkyria. Valkyria, or go about that. Over, touch this, that. What? Heck. I can Valendra. Seriously. Please. Right. Yep, that happens. Quality. Oh yeah, this happens too. You have to be at the top, or else it just like doesn't, not an incline. Tells you a lot about how targeting works on inclines. Okay, so we already tried finding a way, but this is the eel reliable. What? Whoa. It's not that reliable. What? I went one too far. Okay. Try again. Please. Okay. All right. Valkyria. All right. Valendra again. All right. Up and away. Oh, it only goes up once, huh? Interesting. Alright. In we go. Actually, this isn't really comfy looking place. Oh, what? Okay. Go in. Beep boop, beep boop. Okay. And that should be it. It should take us to the front entrance. Right, and we turn in the 3 and we get our 100. Oh, this way. Right. Here we go. 90. Right. I'm not even convinced. Like, I don't even know, honestly, what the motivation to do this is fairly minimal. How's this locked? Oh, I guess we would need to... Anyways, so I need to... Yep. So, anyways, let's chill by the fire, right? So there was a patch. There was some patch notes. That's a wrap for our week 9, right? There was a patch. There was a major complaint, or maybe a really consistent consensus of the idea of this particular resource, and one of the limited resources were these. I'm guessing these dust. Okay, pull up the look here. So there was a recent patch notes, and it did talk about the dimensional dusk and the Thayan research tokens, and there was a lot of chatter about, hey, you know, if we're gonna collect these things and we're using a character, there's gonna be a lot of leftover resources and migrating resources when you're using multiple characters. So there's got to be a way to trade them so that you can use it on other characters, right? And I've been talking about the whole balance between the idea, the philosophy behind a free-to-play model, right, or like a live service model versus a serialized release dealing with like expansions and whatnot. And Neverwinter is kind of caught in the middle, like it's bridging two things. And one of the concerns about live service models is the idea that when your game time increases, it deals with playing other characters, right? Playing other classes. Neverwinter still has the really half measure. There was a consistent push to make it so that the things you earn are cross-class. So you're really playing an account and not a class or a character. You're more playtime increases with the variety of accessibility to your classes. So this was one of the principal narratives behind the new update. First, they did have the complaint where to upgrade the artifacts to Celestial, the reduction of the tokens required, because that's what basically extended the life of this particular module by a substantial amount. It was a rate limiting one. And then secondly, and of course most importantly, you could trade down basically. So 75% to 50 ratio, basically you lose like you lose 30%, right? But it allows you to transfer the dimensional dusk, not the Thayan research tokens, interestingly enough, but you can trade the dust between your other characters, right? And this, in my opinion, would be a live service, pro live service move. Individuals who have, in my opinion, higher uptime play on average than someone who's like performance based or serialized based. They would play with their DPS, they would get what they want, and then they go, as opposed to like consistently playing for the act of having the experience of all the other classes and whatnot. So with that said, that's kind of where I'm going with this. Would be the segue into what the Discord had about the recent post. So there were feedbacks they were collecting on the idea of I think it was 3 DPS class. I saw 3 boards that were active on DPS class in Discord. The Blade Master, the Ranger, just Ranger in general, and then I think the Cleric, the Devout. I'm not Devout, but could be Devout. Let me double check. We had the Hunter Ranger feedback, which I won't make a comment on because I don't Hunter Ranger DPS. So go find your representative Hunter Ranger DPS. And then we have, I'm just scrolling down, it's somewhere. Then we had the Blade Master Barbarian feedback, which I will make a comment about because that is something I have relevant. And then the Arbiter specifically, not the Devout. Arbiter Cleric feedback. There was one for Warden Ranger as well. And I believe so it was down to the Cleric, the Hunter, or the Ranger, sorry, the Ranger, and the Barbarian were highly active. Now today, I was specifically, over the last week, I was specifically looking at the DPS stuff. On the last week, we'll talk about whatever people talk about, the tanks, right? So for Blade Master, it seems like the consensus that I gathered from scrolling through, despite the slow-mo, is there are 2 central themes in the Blade Master thing. The idea that Blade Master's AP gain is like non-existent comparatively because during, I'm gonna assume, in combat cycles, like for Soul Harvest, for example, AP is like 1/3 or 1/4 the rate, and that's fair. And it segues into the other concern, the one of 3. The other main concern extended from that AP is Barbarian uptime. Blade Master uptime is not consistent throughout combat. It is one where there is occasional downtime or uptime in inauspicious places, right? It has less control or flow or momentum. And then obviously you have the old guard that comes in and is like, well, you just got to learn how to play, get good, and learn how to time your things and whatnot. And that's fair enough. My thought is, if they are gonna continue to compare classes together, right? Like, oh, the wizard does this, the warlock does that, the hunter does that, then that criticism is fair enough. because of the disproportionate amount of uptime and downtime that is in the rotation. Like you could have consistent uptimes, but the consistent uptimes are dependent on the window and synchrony of the event or the task you're doing. That's not the same as having consistent uptime and flexibility from the character itself that's independent of the boss at hand or the event at hand. Other classes arguably have various multiple ways of utility enough to work around in which their uptime is flexible. Barbarians, the Blade Master specifically, may not necessarily have that uptime. So that's one of the core problems where like, oh, hey, it's either the AP factors into that because AP can reset the uptime, or it can dramatically disrupt the routine or the uptime. And then we have the other core timeless argument or debate about the shift mechanic, because ultimately Blade Master is a shift dodge mechanic with a sprint on it, and that is related to the other major comment, and that is with animation cancel. And here's where most people were on the side of, you either use the animation cancel because it's a feature, or maybe an unintended feature, perhaps a mainstay of barbarian mechanics, so it feeds into that get good narrative, or like that's the play style of barbarians, right? Blade Masters. However, it does not change how inflexible the dodge mechanic that's tied to the shift mechanic of the animation cancel. So the shift mechanic, the dodge window, like the dodge thing, can be procced by various things, even from your own kit. Like bloodletting triggers the dodge, like self damage triggers the dodge. So some of those things I think are timeless. They're still there now to this day. It's kind of like talking about a Bethesda game, really. So you can call that a feature, or you can call that a comparative lackluster dodging mechanic compared to the other classes, right? And that's kind of when the argument. But where there's animation gain, there's also dodge loss. Perhaps warlock players might be able to chime in with the other class that has the shift dodge mechanic, right? However, warlocks are optionally non-melee, right? And it's a long-standing pattern in understanding that melee characters tend to be more positional bound and dodged heavy or punished. Like the punish, as in the awareness and stuff, are heavily more punished towards melee. I was told, based on other people's comments, that Soul Harvest was less so that. So that's kind of a silver lining when a boss is designed less so punishing melee. In general, though, the track record is that because of the punishment on melee and kind of very noisy design where like a lot is going on, but it's usually in proximity, not in range. So Warlock and Blade Masters segregate based on that, despite they both have shift dodge mechanics, like this shift sprint dodge mechanics. So that leaves Blade Master with the two concerns. Uptime and quote-unquote flexibility in their kits is very restrictive. So it feels like you are at the mercy of the boss design, which if the boss was designed to the Blade Master, all the other classes can adapt to it naturally, like DPS classes. Meanwhile, when the design is to forward either any of the other DPS class, then barbarians are the ones that fall short in the uptime in the routine. So their kit is likely limited. And that's an interesting thought. because then this presents Cryptic with an exciting future consideration, and I'm looking forward to it. I haven't DPS'd in a very long time, and because there's double trials, it feels like I haven't done anything that warrants this depth of mechanical nuance or necessity, because I haven't really ran anything for like a year, because they decided the brilliant idea is to run trials back to back. So I can't really make a very tangible commentary on Blade Masters. However, my Blade Master is very different. I use a rotation that deals with Mightier Leap. It has a lower action per damage, and it has a lower action per damage, not only action per damage, but also damage per time, right? Be it DPS seconds or rotations of the boss. And the window, it's larger. And I prefer that way because the way it's flexible is it allows me to reposition and consistently space out my actions so that the action uptime doesn't stop. That's kind of why I chose to play it that way. And I've demonstrated it a couple times over the years since the Mightier Leap mechanic was introduced. So most of my things deal with 100% uptime loop. That was done deliberately because I don't like the stop go opportunist type of thing. I like flow, so I like kinetics, and that's why I use the Mightier Leap archetype, where it cycles nearly perfectly, and then boss mechanics obviously interrupt it based on how the boss mechanic is designed, which is the concern that most Blade Masters or predominant Blade who identifies as Blade Masters have concerns about, because you're at the mercy of the boss design. There's not enough flexibility in the kit to be like, oh, I can still figure out another way to have 100% uptime, or I can swap in the middle. Like, it's not taxing your skill. Your cadence gets broken and that's it. There's not like, oh, this boss is doing something else, I can immediately react to it and then rotate back into my rotation to keep the uptime. This is not true. This is held true for other DPS classes. That's why the core argument is the Blade Master is locked into something. It is possible to have smooth uptime and consistent uptime. However, there's no response and flexibility during when bosses do random things or bosses do something, and it would immediately either already decidedly make Blade Masters not fun because it breaks the cadence regardless of its limited kit, or there's no response time, so the entire like flow and momentum is broken. So the playing of the, not necessarily the efficacy, like people talk about buffs and nerfs and stuff too, effectiveness and action. It's more so the playstyle and the flexibility that allows other classes to seem really fun and adaptive when Blade Master feels like a one-stop shop to get bopped at the mercy of the design. So I guess I can feel that. I totally do as well. Integrating Mightier Leap makes it so that it addresses a specific thing that I thought is heavily missed in Barbarian, which is repositioning without sacrificing your sprint dodge. So you can sprint dodge and reposition in your cycle every single time. So I always use like Mightier Leap out, sprint dodge if it's a range attack on me, or I Mightier Leap back in, sprint dodge in place if it's a melee attack, right? So it's a combination of two to offset what I think would be an excellent playstyle if it was embraced, you know, like quick repositioning, possibly. I don't know what they're going to do, but I'm kind of excited. Now, I do want to make one segue, and it's going to be the same tune that I've been spinning the entire time during Soul Harvest 2. and maybe like the last couple years, the last couple modules, including changes like buffering, my stance continues that Neverwinter is like, I don't know, in its twilight years. It's basically in its twilight years. I'm not saying it's doomed as in it's gonna close soon. I'm saying it's aging in a manner that is natural for the game. Not like there's some catastrophic failure or something, despite all the bugs that consistently and misalignments and misannouncements that are growing in frequency, right? Like the new lockbox that came out when it's still like, it went through a lot of bugs. Despite all of that, I think Neverwinter is in its twilight years. It can get a second win, provided, in my opinion, that it decides to follow through with community growth actions and designs. That would be very dangerous gamble, I guess, because the vast majority of the people who play this game and still play this game are not new players. They are loyal old players. So having design that would cater to growth is going to likely alienate existing players. I'm not saying all of them, but a substantial amount of them, to create a backlash, right, that could risk losing the existing crowd. My thoughts, like the suggestions that people make, is that there's still the old guard, the ones that still play, they treat this game as a competitive game. Like, what I mean by competitive game is their performance competitiveness. So oftentimes whenever they provide feedback, which I'll use the Blade Master DPS as a way, you heard me say multiple times like, oh, but if I wanted to put myself in their shoes, it would be comparing the other DPS. So like Blade Master is less flexible than the other DPS, even Warlocks. And then that comparison to me is what paves the attitude that Neverwinter still has and the community that it still has. So the people who build this game, who manages this game, which are largely trying to be the same still, I think they're all like, the philosophy is still kept intact because of the whole Arc changing hands and whatnot, or Arc like buying themselves out in order to be independent again. And all the existing players, they emphasize internal performance competitiveness. So it's constantly juxtaposed to other classes. Like, oh, they identify as their class, right? For lack of a better phrasing. So when someone says, oh, why won't Blade Masters get buffed and they need this and that, it's often in comparison to looking at the grass is greener on the other side. And then there's like all these claims where like, oh, but I play all three classes. It's like, over the course of time, the one that you vigorously defend and the one that you represent and clash about is often the primary point of comparison. And comparison and juxtaposition, have-nots and haves, are what I want to address here. My tune has been different since, I don't know, since my like Undermountain, you know, my return with this type of thing since Undermountain with the whole Twitch related thing. And it's that this game is a live service game now. Like, at least in my opinion, the predominant way live service operates, it's that it's a non-competitive process. Gone are the days of PvP. However, they did try it with Slaughterhouse and it was lukewarm. So they tried again. It's not off the table. However, we can vigorously and like with a strong arm say that over 70 to 80% of the stuff, it's a non-competitive process. Not competitive. I'm not saying it's not competitive. It can totally still be performance-based, but it's a non-competitive environment. So PvE's success of this game is dependent on the overall competitive performance but non-competitive environment between players and themselves. Why do I say this? It's a really complicated roundabout way. I'm saying that it's not about which character or which class is better or have less, is how can we play all the characters all the time and choose when and where to play them, because whatever we get is to the entire player. A live service model, right, that are there, honestly, there are very few live service models where if they embrace classism, segregation, even nepotism, and a legacy, they typically struggle with community growth, community togetherness, and synergistic like well-being, helpfulness. I say this because it's such a broken record to be on Discord and read like, oh hey, we care about other players, we help other people, and then they immediately say, oh, you're just different, like you don't understand what we is, so like you're just a loner who wants to play your own game like a live service game, and you don't know what it's like to help people through their dungeons and trials. And that, to me, I said this last time, that's exactly the attitude that I would not trust someone. Like, if you're saying, oh, you are really kind and you help people, and then at the same time you're arguing that you don't help people as well. Like, your argument is, oh, well, we don't help people who are different than us. We don't help people that don't agree with us. That's exactly what I mean by it's a competitive performance environment. Like, oh, I could complete the dungeon and I could complete the trial in my selective agreeable group, and then whenever we help people who agree with us, that counts as being kind and nice and non-competitive. That's like hypocritical. Now, I'm not saying it's bad or good. I think this is the reality. Whenever someone says, oh yeah, you know, we're nice, we like playing this game, like helping people, it's like, no, you help people that agree with you. You don't help people when they disagree with how you're helping people or playing the game. When someone says, hey, why can't I like to play normals and get rid of the tier system, like the tiering system that creates segregation, and like, why does it matter that someone is tiered higher than another person because they want to separate themselves from the group? That's classism, it's nepotism, and it's performance-based competition. It makes it so that it's okay to say, oh, you're kind and you help people, but no, it's you help people who you selectively decided that will be successful. So like people who like to play the game, you select for those people who like to play the game the way you do. So that's not technically being nice, or that's technically not being nice, but selectively kind. So I'm willing to concede that you are kind enough to want to play a game that is kind to people who disagree with, for people who agree with you. But that's not the same as being nice. Nice is indiscriminate. It is dealing with an environment that if the server wins, if everyone clears the boss more, then everyone gets rewarded. Even if they're sleeping and doing nothing, it is still a reward for them. That is like, it kind of sounds a little bit like a like a distribution of reward, but they are in the game, they're playing the game, and the game has uptime. Now you might be thinking, then wouldn't it just then promote a bunch of communities of lazy people who are there to get a free handout and they don't do anything? It's like, but that's the way they want to play the game. So if you're truly like, oh, we always help people, and you like that more people just lounge around, or like more people have access to this game and like to play the game, then saying that and then saying, oh, only certain people should play the game, only certain people, because if it's okay to be lazy in the game, it also means that they're not playing the game right. Right? These are double standards consistently. And where is this all going? To me, live service games, they address laziness, quote unquote, laziness, or parasites is the word that gets thrown around, or leeching, that gets thrown around a lot. And it's a common discussion in rewards and making things easier or making things harder, or performance based. Those things are often addressed by making it so that everyone, like, encouraging people to constantly want to play the game. So if you have leeching and you have parasites, one could also argue that's a reflection of either hierarchy, nepotism, classism, or it can also be argued about the inaccessibility of the material and the content and the selective privilege that you need to play the content. All of those things actually contribute to the whole idea of leeching and parasites and needing to have like performance reviews, you know, like a trial boss or something that forces people to reach merits in order to gain privilege for that. That's fair. This is all of this stuff exists in Neverwinter and more. For me, when I think about live service, they treat it by having you accessible to everything. And why is accessible to everything an interesting concept? Because in live service, you want a lot of game time. So you model all your quality of life things around, like the recent patch, to where a player not only does not identify, you discourage a player to identify as one class, one character, or even one paragon of one class, and have this bickering of whose class is less balanced and whose class. All of them are your classes. That's classism. The game has been built in a way that is anti or not resonating with live service games. Live service games mean the longer you play, the more all of your class, you as the player, will have more things to do. So if you have, I forgot how many classes there are, like 9 classes. If a player sees as I am all 9 classes, then their comparison would be what class is in trend, what class is trendy right now, I'll play that class. What class had a change, I'll play that class. What class is trendy now, I'll play that class. That is kind of how live service works. Live service tend to be, like, I'm not saying it's the only way, but currently the most popular way or the trendy way is that nearly everything a player does is horizontally transferred. As in, if you are successful on your paladin, it's going to feel like every other class is also successful. So you can swap between them and still viable. You don't have to wait and be locked out of accessibility because you suddenly choose a different class. That is horizontal viability across the board. It's not the same, in my opinion, as balancing. Balancing is where this Neverwinter has become, in my opinion, the biggest crutch. That it's both Neverwinter's crutch and also its glass ceiling. When it comes to feedback, it's constantly about what should be kept reined in and balanced. So you're like spinning the wheel. You're looking at water. You're looking at a bottle of water, and you're trying to figure out how to spin the bottle of water as many ways as possible so that it's balanced between the classes. As opposed to when you get a live service game, when they announce something, it's just different. Like, oh, hey guys, next class that's going to be trendy is all the paladins. All the paladins are going to get a new style and it's just added. There you go. Enjoy. Next time, stay tuned for our next module. Warlocks are going to get a new tree. Next module, Rangers are going to get a new tree. So how is that fair or unfair? Because the players identify as everything in the game. They don't identify as classes. I mean, it's basically racism in a bottle, in a very hot take. where like, oh man, warlocks got all the attention last time. Why can't barbarians get the attention because I'm a barbarian player? Or why can't you can play all of them? And the live service models typically support that. This recent patch would suggest that maybe Cryptic is open to that, where they would continue to push forth for the quality of life changes, where when you succeed in one place, it means you're encouraged to play everything else. It's not, oh, Blade Masters need to get buffed and changed so that they're in line with wizards and clerics, arbiters, like one notes, and they need more notes in order to keep up with warlocks. It's more like, what's the next new thing? What am I going to play? If the next new thing is X, I'm going to play X. Live service models, the next patch, these characters are getting changed. Okay, I'm playing those characters. And how are you going to play those characters? All my resources still go to those characters. Like the next big thing, you know, like League of Legends, for example, the next champion is going to come out. Of course, it's going to be overtuned. Everyone's going to play that champion as much as they can. And then it's going to get retuned, refined, and then they wait for the next one. Marvel Rivals. Hey, it's a new character. Everyone's going to try to play that new character. And then that's the excitement. In Neverwinter, it's more like, oh, what are we going to lose now? Because we're going to balance it. Like, my first thought when it comes to Blade Master, all the feedback is like, oh, we can't, like, give Blade Master too many things. If we gave them too many things, then the Warlocks would complain. Or the Rangers would complain. It's like, but we want them all to be like competitively balanced for performance. For what? It's a live like, honestly, I'm being very direct about for what? So that the community succeeds in a balanced way, as opposed to the community just simply want to succeed. So my first thought, and again, back in mod 13, not even like after the first year or two, it became the question of how can we gain access to all the classes and then look forward to every single change or addition, versus someone who says, oh, I don't have time, so I'm only going to play Barbarian, I'm only going to play Paladin. And then over a couple of years, they start identifying as that class. So then when you ask for feedback, they consistently compare classes as though they need to balance them in a way that, because if they don't balance them around the class that they like, then it would be unfair. It would be unbalanced. And to me, there's so much resources, in my opinion, and attention, disproportionately more attention placed on the balance of a non-competitive game. It's a live service, predominantly a live service PvE game. And then the dialogue isn't about how hard, how many ways we can win. It's about bickering about who wins more and who loses more. So then the developer, in my opinion, gets incentivized to not change anything. They get incentivized to constantly spin and polish the same wheel that they had for over a decade now. We're like, oh, we're just gonna slightly comfortably tweak this and tweak that because we don't want to like power creep something and then make Warlocks better than everything else. Then everyone's gonna say like, it's the same gameplay. It's the Warlocks again. We didn't get anything new, no spanking. It's just now it favors this. And then every time they build a new boss or a new trial, it's a competition of saying, oh, this boss is built for wizards. That's why wizards get all the attention. It's like, all of you guys are wizards. Every single player is a wizard. But that's not how Neverwinter works as a live service model. Players identify as their classes. So when a trial comes up, you'll satisfy all the wizards if your boss favors wizards. If your mechanic is favoring a barbarian, then you'll miff all the players that aren't barbarians. If it's okay with all the tanks, then you'll miff the healers and the DPS. It's constantly classes, as opposed to players simply identifying with, oh, we'll do whatever it is to be successful, because any new addition in the game, however crazy it is, it's a win for PvE. So when you release a new like, I'm not sure if developers think this way, maybe it's their intent, but balance is not live service in my opinion. Balance is the antithesis of live service. Live service is non-competitive. A competitive game that runs on microtransactions, which I honestly still refer to as live servers, a competitive game that runs on microtransactions is what this game is trying to be whenever it comes out. Like, oh, hey, we're releasing a new boss, and we needed to design the boss so that all the classes have an equal chance or good enough chance to be successful. That to me, kudos to Cryptic, honestly, for upholding that like philosophy for so long. And the community that's still around who tries to constantly keep yourself in a box to like refine and make everything balanced. My first thought is that is really great in a competitive process, in a competitive performance process. It's not, in my opinion, that awesome to be excited for it, right? It is the answer to the grind and the mid and the non-excitability. If you're constantly balancing things, then there is lack of exploration, conceptual exploration, horizontal discoveries, emergent properties. All of them would throw the balance out of whack. Like introducing a new class will throw things out of whack. So like when the bard was introduced, it took like the next 3 or 4 modules and a disproportionate amount of effort to balance the bard into all the classes. And I'm like, no, the bard do what the bard pleases. That's kind of the idea behind live service. You sell the next thing you're releasing. Anything is a new thing and everyone has access to it. But no, this game continues, in my opinion, to try to lock people in to a specific thing. Like, oh, your best character is the only character that will be equipped to tackle the new material like the way you like. Instead of, hey, next module, warlocks are getting the spotlight. Everyone go play a warlock. And you're like, well then how are you going to do the tank and healer thing? It's like, well, we're going to make bosses and mechanics revolve around not needing a healer or maybe like just healers and DPS because our showcase is warlocks. We want to create a boss that specifically highlights what we're adding. Warlocks are healers and DPS. Next module, go grab your warlock. Everyone, go grab your warlock. Everything's new about the warlock. It's the new thing. Then the next time, hey guys, we're doing a tank overhaul. Everyone go play a tank. And we have 3 times. We're going to modify the paladin, the fighter, and the barbarian. And all the content is framed around those 3 characters because those are the 3 new things. And everyone should be able to play them because you're playing a live service game. You have access to everything. Nothing is off limits. And slowly, in my opinion, and that's my hot take, slowly, in my opinion, it becomes like other live service games where you want it all. You want to play it all. You're not there saying, oh, Ranger is the only fun part about this game, or I only play Neverwinter because Barbarian's cool, but since they don't ever release any Barbarian things, I'm out of here because they keep releasing, oh, the next patch is about Rangers, I don't care. That's classist. And that's the old model. That's the remaining model based on like World of Warcraft in the earlier days where you invest in a singular character, right? Live service playtime goes up when you're not identified and restricted to one thing. When I play, like when I log in, for example, and this isn't to reflect everyone else, when I log into Persona 5, like Persona 5 Phantom X, it's not even a, quote unquote an MMORPG, and I still feel like I'm playing with everyone else because everyone else has ideas about everything that I have and everything that they have. Like all the characters in the game, every time they release something, if you get it and if you buy it, it's still that same character. So everyone's sharing ideas about the same thing. When you go into the Neverwinter Discord, it's more like, oh, this guy plays Blade Master. They know what they're talking about. Or I played Blade Master. I know what I'm talking about. You sound like someone you don't play Blade Master. Or you don't play Barbarian. Oh, look at your profile. It says that you have 1,000 hours in Warlock. There's no way you could have been a Blade Master. That is classist. I mean, again, in a conservative way, it's discrimination based on nepotism, like legacy, and racism, right? And it reflects that because the game is designed so that they segregate all those things. Like when you drop a loot, for example, a loot, you don't have to roll and greed anymore, so that's nice. It's a live service, pro-live service thing. But when the loot drops and then a Warlock weapon drops, it's like, I don't even play Warlock. What the heck? Why can't I exchange the Warlock for a Paladin weapon? That's not even in the game, where you can exchange in order to get the person accessible to their class. So it's segregation even based on loot system. Despite his individual loot, when you get like your 10th Paladin weapon and you're a rogue, it makes you feel bad because the game is classist, right? It's segregated. You can't repurpose any of those classes, racist loot systems to make it so that it encourages a player to play everything. And hear me out, they have a system for it. You make it all currency based, and that common currency is selectively used. Like you can just dump, in my opinion, a very, very hot take. If you dumped all of the weapon drops and have them produce currency, and then those currency are used to go to a shop to buy any of the weapons that would outfit any of your characters and any of your class, in my opinion, obviously you still need to do it. That's worth a module or two of experimentation. I would argue that playtime goes up. There's no convoluted task of, oh, what are the odds and the greed rolls and common class that would drop certain things. You remove all of that stereotyping, racist classes looting system, because that's an extra layer of luck that you need. Like, oh, I hope the weapon for my class that I like the most drops more often. No, all the currency. Like, you gradate the currency, as in sometimes you get less currency, sometimes you get more currency. You still get the same gacha, like the gacha loot feel. Sometimes when you crush a boss really hard, you get like 10 currency. If you crush the boss even harder, you get 15 currency. If you like really slacked off and struggled, you get 2 currency. But it's still the same currency. So you can still do the tiering system for performance based on currency output. But that currency goes to every single class. It goes to every single thing that is purchased based on the person's overall performance. So for me, if I had a hot take for an entire module overhaul, is to temporarily abolish different classes looting system. They are going to be class agnostic, and to get the currency is based on average performance per time. So if you're like rocking it hard, then you're gonna get them, but their game time is gonna still go up because they are more incentivized to hoard currency to outfit every single class. It's no longer like, oh man, I just spent like 100 runs and 80 of the runs deal with classes that I don't like or don't have. Well, now they get to choose. So the 100 runs convert to a specific amount of currency, and they go to the shop and they decide, which class am I going to play next? They buy those things. It's like, oh yeah, I need to experiment with those. That's live service. in my opinion. That is golden, real live service. It's to the point where you can then sell that currency. You can literally sell that currency per the module, and you can still keep the unique currency per each module thing. I mean, it's kind of, in my opinion, slightly dubious and frankly tasteless when you constantly introduce a new currency that's not retroactively interacting with previous currency for a new module. But I kind of get it. You can sell it then, because now all the currency is tied to every class. So it's kind of a quality of life change to abolish classism. And then when you get feedback, in my opinion, when someone asks, hey, let us get your feedback on warlocks, I would argue that after a year or two, the question would be how much fun things people can do for the warlock as feedbacks versus, oh, who's winning out and who's losing out. Because right now, when I'm reading DPS stuff, which DPS is the large majority of debate because performance is, tanks and healers are non-competitive in this game inherently. So whatever happens, even within that, there's still competition. Like the fighter is doing a little better, the sentinel is doing a little worse, or like the paladin, the Justicar is doing a little worse. It still does that, and then like this healing is better than this healing, but not better than this, right? I will talk about that next week, about the people who are comparing and contrasting tanks. However, for now, it's often infighting. If it's not infighting, it's one person fighting with themselves. Like, oh, I really don't want to step on those warlock DPS's foot, but I wish my favorite Blade Master gets more TLC. It's more so how many things can be fun in the future. If I were to compare surveys and whatnot, a live service game, the most frequent feedback that people give, in my opinion, in surveys of successful live service games is what they're looking for next. Like, oh, hey, you know what? We don't really like this part. Can you give us more of this? We need more of this. Can we have more of this? Oh, you know what's a fun thing? Doing this instead. It's not, oh, wait, but okay, if we do this, it would be unfair to other players. And if we do this, it would be unfair to this specific type of player. No, whatever you do, whatever feedback you have that you look forward to, everyone benefits. That's not how I feel whenever, in my opinion, maybe someone else will come by and have a better hot take than I do. When you're legitimately reading any form of feedback in the Neverwinter Discord or even in chats and like sitting here in PE, it's constantly a infighting competition. Like, oh, this person's lazy and they get reward while I'm not lazy. I'm like, well, you can be lazy too. It's like, no, but if I be lazy, I'm gonna be like that person. That person is not like me. I'm better than that person. So the whatever remaining community this game has, it's constantly being splintered whenever a feedback forum comes up or a bug comes up or something. It's like, oh, people are abusing this, so those people are bad people. I'm not a bad person. Or I perform better. I'm better at this class. All the people who are making comments about how they're not good at this class, or like they're making comments about how this class doesn't perform very well, they're just bad people. They're bad performers. They are not as skilled as I am. So to me, if you're like someone who's like I guess I'm gonna call like name Kyrie, whoever that's managing the community on the Discord, if they want togetherness, I mean, when I look at a forum or any of the official like feedback forums, I specifically just see a bunch of people yelling at each other and like passively aggressively attacking each other, defeating their opinions, trivializing their opinions, and condescension is at a max. It's kind of like, oh, hey, oh, you thought that was a great idea? That's a stupid idea, in a like a very polite way. Like, oh, that's just you not knowing how to play. Oh, that's you because you don't understand that this is an MMORPG and you're treating it like not an MMORPG. That's kind of the dialogue, and I wish I was brushing with euphemisms, but what I'm saying is a replacement for the euphemism. Like it's already using euphemisms. There are more conversations than that. There are just people calling each other stupid, or that they're ignorant, or they just want to be spoiled. It's ad hominem arguments constantly back and forth. Like someone would say, hey, can barbarians just like fly around and do crazy things, like yell and stuff? These are great ideas. And then someone comes in and is like, man, you don't play barbarian correctly, do you? Like, this will throw the balance off and this will miss something. It's like, that doesn't sound like fun. I don't want to change the way I'm playing. That's how it feels. Change the tune to like Genshin Impact or Honkai, and I know they're not MMORPGs. Some people don't consider them MMORPGs. That's fine. It's always us and them for those individuals. But for anyone for someone who can resonate with me, I hope everyone wins every time a patch comes up. It's not a compensation or a balance. Like, oh, hey, the currency cost went down. That's a good balance so that some people can win now because they cost less. I'm like, it's always a win when you're playing a game. As a developer, in my opinion, or a publisher, whenever you release something, it should be a W, right? You're aiming for it to consistently be a W. When you say module 33 is coming out, everyone, in my opinion, the ideal case is everyone would flock to your website and look at all the upcoming additions to the game. And those additions to the game affects everyone positively, because everyone will likely be saying, I can do that and I can play that, because whatever I do will lead to the growth of me as a player that have access to the entire game. Not, oh, okay, that next module, they still didn't fix the bug of my favorite class, so I don't want to play the next module. Or, oh, hey, look, it's another trial, and trial means that I don't fulfill these things, so it doesn't concern me, and half of it's lukewarm. That's kind of what's happening to me in terms of how I feel whenever people talk about Neverwinter. It's like, oh, hey, next module, it's a dungeon, let's get excited. But even the dungeon is not that exciting, because what you have to look forward to is, how is it not going to benefit you? How is it not going to make you relevant? Are they going to make the master tier so overtuned for a very specific class, and that class happens to be the class that you play? Then it's irrelevant. For me, when a new level, when a new live service game comes out, everyone wants to play it because it's relevant to everyone. It's accessible to everyone, right? When the new banner drops in any of the gacha games, it's like, oh, hey, should I pull this guy? And it's always a consideration. But while you're deciding whether you're going to pull this guy, buy that loot box or something, your first thought is, oh, but I will always be able to play the content, and that content will be relevant to everything else. And that's cool. And what is keeping, in my opinion, what is the greatest thing that's normalizing, keeping it from that happening, is everyone who wants balance, classism to exist, tier system to exist, and somehow they feel more special when whatever they do makes them more special than other people. And that's fair enough. And that's probably the thought that I want to leave on. It would be interesting what Cryptic is going to do in the future. I think the most likely case is they're going to continue going down a path and getting feedback that preserves tiers, hierarchies, nepotism, classism, and racism. That's the way to create segregation. It's a way to create a community of good players, mid players, normal players, good player, master players, advanced players, and normal players. and then normal players are live service casuals, and then the master class are the old guard who likes performance-based competition, right? And they're going to continue to bridge that. At least that's the most sobering and realistic thing. The reason why it's true is because it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. The more feedback you get from people who want to think of it as segregation and tiers, is the idea that you have to consistently balance things. So when you consistently balance things, most changes are this small, right? Because if you make large changes, it will throw off the system. It will imbalance the stuff. Live service games embrace the imbalancing, right? They're like, hey, the next spanking new thing, don't miss out. It's on FOMO. I understand FOMO is often viewed as a bad thing, right? Because unregulated, it can cause habitual playing and addiction. To a developer, in my opinion, or a publisher, that's actually a winning strategy, because you have players constantly coming back saying, oh, I need to stay updated. Oh, I need to stay updated. And I'm not, obviously, I'm overlooking some moral and potentially predatory practices, so bear in mind, take it with a grain of salt. The idea is Neverwinter lacks not even like a minutia of that excitement. Like when you hear module 33, you don't hear what are they going to add to the game that I'm going to play around with. It's more like when mod 33 comes out, I hope they release something that is related to my class and the things that I hold important. Otherwise, I'm skipping it. That's how Neverwinter is perceived, at least in my opinion. Oh, are they going to release something that will replace my existing gear? Otherwise, it's not important to me. Usually when someone has a healthy, a developer and a publisher that has healthy, both the developers are healthy enough, in my opinion, with creative liberties, whatever they create, it's an addition to the game and people are excited about it. At the same time, it's never like taking things away from the players. So it's a win-win. And then the publishers are like, we need more game time. They need to play more games and play our game more and stay in our game. All of the above. You can get it by removing the quality of life that deals with constantly spinning the same wheel and polishing the same wheel. Like, that's what happens when you're constantly adding new classes and then things get out of whack. There's like crazy unbalanced mechanics, but everyone just keeps winning harder. That's kind of the idea. And obviously there's some restraint to it. You don't have to, it's not all or none. However, right now, Neverwinter is like more like all on the one side and none on the other side, in my opinion. It might as well be negligible. You don't get excited because there aren't new classes, which will throw off all the balancing. So it's constantly going to cap the creative nature. If you introduce a new class, oh, that's way too hard because the whole philosophy is to keep everything in balance. So no, we're not going to release a new class. It's going to throw all the balance off and everyone's going to get angry about it. Yeah, because it's normalized to expect balance. Like, oh, let's introduce a third paragon to a class. It's like, but what about all the other classes? It's like, with time. But that wouldn't be what it's going to look like. It's going to say, well, oh, of course they're going to add a third paragon to Paladin. Because Paladin needs a DPS class. D&D rules, and we're weighing like Wizard of the Coast being angry with that and all that stuff. I'm talking about the idea that when you add something, it's constantly restricted by balance because it's not fair to people who don't care about it. And when you log into a live service game, a successful live service game, in my opinion, any change applies to every player. Any change and addition is equal opportunity for every player. So when when people hear, oh man, there's a third paragon that's gonna be added to Ranger, everyone's gonna say like, oh, let's start planning, guys. Let's all brainstorm how all of us are going to play the new Ranger paragon together. No, it's going to be, oh, it's a Ranger. I play a Warlock, so wow, that's not exciting. And it's like, oh man, and it's tied to resources, because you're gonna say, oh, I play Warlock the longest and all my resources are locked in Warlocks, so I don't care about a Ranger third paragon. That's kind of what Neverwinter is. You sit there, you wait, and you get rattled with your hopium. I don't rattle with my hopium, I just go and play other games until like maybe something interesting happens, right? And my interest is how people talk about it outside of the game. So I rarely ever say, hey, everyone's playing DPS because Soul Harvest 2 favors, like, it's more dynamic DPS. It's like, okay, like I don't have to play DPS. I can just rant about things all day long and then play P5X or something like that, right? Life is also, you know, bigger than the game, but the game could take more shares of your life if it had more accessibility. This game does not at the moment. It is kind of nice to see that there might be some wiggle room. I think the recent patch, it's kind of nice. And so far, like for example, companions, the last like 2 or 3 years, constant focus on balancing companions. Like, oh, this companion is being balanced, we want to make this companion in line with the other companions, and this companion in line with the other companions. They release new companions and it's like overtuned. It's like, oh wait, hey wait guys, we're gonna spend the next like module trying to put this companion in line with the other companion. That's the philosophy of Cryptic historically, and that's interesting. Is it a model, in my opinion, that supports live service? Not really. I think it's I think it's antagonistic largely to live service, because it's no longer interesting when you constantly introduce rebalances and be restricted to how you can design bosses. And then the most unpopular thing is to shrink the efficacy of all your systems, which happened, by the way. It was like the reduction to level 20 and all the like the numbers, and then slow down the game in order to be able to design new bosses. Yeah, it's pretty rough when you're constantly playing the balancing game. And that, to me, I want to say it's admirable. It's incredibly impressive. I actually, sometimes it's more entertaining for me to look at Neverwinter as a black sheep in terms of live service design, to talk about how what a live service game looks like and feels like when balance is the priority and not fun and playstyle and accessibility. Other live service games, they are nearly so addictive, for better or for worse, so addictive because every single time they keep pushing more things and make it so that it feels really bad if you miss a beat, because every addition is accessible to everyone. This game, you can skip things. You can like, next module, it's a trial, I can skip it. I'll just catch right up the following trial, because most things are balanced. So if they're balanced, they don't go off the walls. So one time when there was a spike in Neverwinter's like play on old content, or maybe a couple times, but the one big spike, Ring of Wind, or whatever it's called, the thing when hardcore vault got a ring that was like outrageously overperforming, playtime just spiked like crazy. That's live service. The new thing, the current thing, is gonna spike playtime. And then you horizontally build, constantly horizontally build. New, the next module, maybe new shirt slots, and then another subsystem every 2 modules, and they would be the new buzz because you're accumulating. Here, it's more like, oh, what are you replacing? Right? What are you replacing? Are they going to take away your fun? Are they going to tweak your, for the record, in this patch, Lysera, the companion, got nerfed. Technically got nerfed. I looked at the numbers. I'm not going to go over the details because I'm not interested in vertical progression, or, you know, decrease, debuff, and nerfs, but it ultimately got nerfed. And people, like, that's what I mean. They spent a bunch of resources talking about, oh, we're gonna tweak this companion, and then ultimately it ends up being, oh, it either got nerfed or not nerfed, and that sucks. It doesn't really do anything. Like, what I mean is, it doesn't help getting excited or interesting. Most of the time it's negative. You're severely disabled, you have hard time to play, you cannot do hard dungeons and trials. I'm sorry to hear that, Connor. There are quite a lot of other games that kind of are more friendlier for severely disabled, unless you really like Neverwinter. I am not sure about your motivations, but generally speaking, I don't see that changing anytime soon. My commentary is that live service is driven by accessibility. It's not driven by classism and elitism. That's not to say that the majority that still plays Neverwinter enjoys that. I myself don't necessarily enjoy that, so I'm not going to say anything about it. Like, what I mean is, I'm not going to tell other people to not enjoy being, like, high performing and stuff. You guys are most definitely, those individuals, they're entitled to whatever they choose, and if they speak louder, if they care more, they're going to speak and present their case more often to Cryptic and others, and then Cryptic and others will choose to either embrace them or embrace, that's kind of funny, sorry, embrace a group. They're gonna follow their nod. My commentary still stands. Like, I don't think it's bad or good. It's kind of interesting to see where this goes. So that's gonna be a wrap for today. So in terms of Blade Master thing, right? I'm going back to my commentary on the Blade Master feedback. Blade Master, the DPS side is going to be required to balance. You know, Cryptic is going to take the balance approach, in my opinion, to how they can equalize and bring up the Blade Master with regards to the other thing, and then maybe Arbiter will get more variety as well to either bring down the major Arbiter playstyle, which I know a little bit about, and then offer an alternative. The Sentinel we'll talk about in week 10 because we're going to talk about tanks and their playstyles. And the idea is, my fingers are crossed that Cryptic decides to introduce a new playstyle balanced with the existing playstyle as to not trigger anyone who says favoritism and whatnot. And then hopefully maybe leave room for some experimentation, like a new power or a literally new subsystem. I think new subsystems is great. It's been a long time since I've seen a new subsystem in Neverwinter. It's what keeps live service games very exciting whenever they're like, oh, hey guys, we have a new mode or something like that. That's a Hail Mary ask. So for myself, it's probably going to be something very relatively balanced, conservative, as to not irk the current balance of things and like the social order in Neverwinter. You cannot get no one to help you quest, etc. You solo everything best you can. Well, I hope you enjoy doing that. That's what video games are for, right? So I'm gonna end with that comment. I hope that moving forward, most of the modules are a win for everyone. Right now, it feels like it's like 20% W's and 80% infighting. So community doesn't even feel like it's together. When they provide feedback, it rarely feels like it's together. Reading like forums of other places, it's like, more fun, please, more things. Can you guys do and make more things? Here's some money. We need more things. And then, you know, the big whales would be like, all right, these guys said they want more things. Here's another 10,000 on us. That's kind of how I feel when I play other live service games. The ones that are proactively in Creative Town, not in Balance Town, right? And if you want to play a competitive game, obviously, go pick up a competitive game. This is a non-competitive PvE live service game. So until it dramatically changes, I don't think it's reasonable to call it anything else at the moment. Until now, that's a wrap for week 9. If you're going to watch this later, thank you. You're always welcome, right? To follow along, pick up Neverwinter for yourself, give it a try. Come on by, present your counter arguments about why Neverwinter needs infighting and competitive process in order to make a better Neverwinter community. I'm all ears. I would love to see how producing more tiers and segregating the tiers even further, and then bolstering like specificity as opposed to account-wide things, and like spreading all the resources so that everything's accessible. How not doing that will elevate the Neverwinter community in a way and bring the Neverwinter community together, because I don't necessarily think that is. A great example is fashion. Fashion is, it breaks down the accessibility factor, because fashion is also subjective, right? That's a great, it was an event that was happening, but then there was like the whole Europe versus NA situation. Still a lot more open. So feel free, come on by or share your favorite live service game, I suppose, that does what I think live service thrives on, which is accessibility and togetherness, in the sense that everyone shares ideas about the same accessibility. Not, I don't do trials, so whatever you say is irrelevant, but I only like trials, so what I say is only relevant to trials, and whatever you say is not. That's kind of what Neverwinter does. I play Barbarian, so I could care less about wizard updates, etc. Right? I don't think that's kind of the flavor that really makes live service shine. The live service things I think shine are, here's the 100th content creator that shared their run using the same 30 characters, but their run seems very different because the game is so unhinged and complex because there are so many subsystems. Every run seems different. So now you have like hundreds, thousands of permutations of the same content, but because everyone has access to it, they all don't look alike, right? And then everyone brainstorms, they constantly feed on each other's feedbacks. That's kind of what I think Neverwinter community could be, but I don't think that's the case. Anyways, until next time, stay safe, stay content or try to be happy, enjoy, and I'll catch you guys for the last wrap up next week, right? Another week. Take care. Stay safe, stay healthy, game responsibly, right? See you later, guys. Bye bye.